Picture a map of medieval Europe, but not the one you know from history books, filled with marked kingdoms and famous battle sites. Erase the bold colors and the clear borders for a moment. In their place, imagine a faint, almost invisible web of lines, a ghostly network of paths that connected distant lands not through public treaties, but through absolute secrecy. This was the reality of the Forbidden Templar Roads, a clandestine infrastructure so well guarded that its full scope was a mystery even to the kings and emperors of the age. These were not just simple trails, they were the secret arteries of the most powerful and enigmatic organization of the Middle Ages, the Knights Templar, allowing them to move with a freedom and security that defied the dangerous world they operated in. Think of the immense trust required for a merchant in London to deposit his gold, knowing he could retrieve its value in Jerusalem. That trust was built upon the silent, unseen movement of wealth and information along these hidden corridors, a system so effective it formed the backbone of international finance and intelligence centuries before our modern networks existed. The very survival of the Templar Order, with its vast wealth and military might, depended on these 25 secret routes. Their story is one of brilliant logistics, geopolitical cunning, and a level of discretion that has left behind more questions than answers, pulling us into a historical detective story where the landscape itself holds the clues. We are about to embark on a journey to trace these forgotten paths, to understand not just where they led, but why their existence was one of the Templars' most closely guarded secrets. You will discover how a brotherhood of monk warriors managed to weave a web of influence that stretched from the shores of Scotland to the holy city of Jerusalem, and from the financial centers of Italy to the remote ports of the Baltic Sea. This exploration will change the way you see the medieval world, revealing a hidden layer of connection and power operating just beneath the surface of recorded history. The mysteries of the Templars have captivated imaginations for centuries, from tales of lost treasure to whispers of hidden knowledge, and at the heart of many of these legends lies the practical, breathtaking reality of their forbidden roads. By the end of our journey, the castles, cathedrals, and even the quiet country lanes of Europe will seem different to you, because you will know that they were once part of a grand, secret design. So let us begin at the beginning by stepping back in time to understand the rise of the Templars themselves and the unique conditions that made such a shadowy network not just possible, but essential for their unprecedented rise to power. Picture a world where a journey from Paris to Jerusalem could take the better part of a year, a treacherous trek through lands teeming with bandits, rival lords, and hostile forces. For a pious pilgrim in the 12th century, this was the daunting reality of reaching the holy city. It was into this volatile landscape that a small band of 9 knights, led by a French nobleman named Hugues de Payens, presented themselves to King Baldwin II of Jerusalem around the year 1119. Their stated mission was deceptively simple: to protect the pilgrims on these dangerous roads. They took vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, becoming the first of the poor fellow soldiers of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon. They were given a headquarters on the Temple Mount in the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which the Crusaders believed was the site of Solomon's temple, and from this sacred and strategic location they derived their famous name, the Knights Templar. But they were far more than just holy bodyguards. They were a revolutionary new concept, a hybrid of monk and soldier, a living shield for the faithful. Their humble beginnings, however, were a mask for an ambition that would soon reshape Europe. What happened next was nothing short of a meteoric ascent to power. Within a mere decade, this tiny brotherhood captured the imagination and the wallets of the Christian world. In 1129, at the Council of Troyes, they received the official endorsement of the Catholic Church, with the influential Abbot Bernard of Clairvaux drafting their Latin rule, the strict set of regulations that governed their lives. Bernard's glowing writings praised them as a new breed of chivalry, fiercely dedicated to God. This papal and intellectual backing was like a royal flush in the high-stakes game of medieval politics. Donations of land, money, and noble-born sons began pouring in from across Europe. Kings and queens, dukes and counts, all vied to be patrons of this holy cause. A second son seeking glory, a wealthy merchant seeking redemption, all could find a place in the order or contribute to its treasury. This river of wealth transformed them from a small band of knights into a sprawling multinational corporation with vast agricultural estates, sprawling vineyards, and a network of castles and preceptories that stretched from the Scottish Highlands to the shores of the Holy Land. They became landlords, bankers, and shipowners on an industrial scale. This explosive growth created a colossal problem, however. How do you move immense quantities of silver, gold, and other treasure across a continent fractured by countless borders, each with its own greedy lord demanding a toll and plagued by opportunistic thieves? The wealth itself became a target, and the Templars needed a solution that was as secure as it was secret. Their answer was a financial innovation that seems commonplace to us today, but was revolutionary in the Middle Ages. They invented the prototype of the traveler's check and international wire transfer. A pilgrim could deposit funds at a Templar house in London, for instance, and receive a coded letter of credit. He could then travel to Jerusalem, unburdened by a heavy, vulnerable purse, and present his letter at the Templar fortress there to reclaim his money. The order, of course, took a fee for this service, but this system required something crucial behind the scenes: the actual, physical movement of bullion to balance the books between their far-flung treasuries. This is where the need for absolute security became paramount. They had to move the real gold from point A to point B without anyone knowing when, where, or how it was happening. Their unique status granted them the perfect cover to develop this system. The Templars were granted an extraordinary privilege by the Pope. They were exempt from all authority except that of the papacy itself. This meant they could ignore local bishops, bypass the laws of kings, and were not required to pay taxes to any secular ruler. They were a state within a state, an international entity with its own laws and its own loyalties. This autonomy was the master key that unlocked the entire continent for them. It allowed them to build their commanderies, essentially fortified monasteries that served as regional headquarters, and preceptories, smaller agricultural and administrative centers on the most strategically useful land, often gifted by their benefactors. Critically, they didn't build these in a vacuum. They were masters of repurposing, frequently constructing their strongholds on the foundations of old Roman forts, or situating them along the crumbling but still serviceable roads of the Roman Empire. They also utilized ancient pagan trackways and footpaths, routes that had been forgotten by mainstream travel but were remembered by local guides and now by the Templars. These properties became the nodes, the secure waystations of a nascent clandestine network. Each one was a safe haven, a repository for treasure, and a link in a chain of communication that was slowly being woven across the map. This foundational combination of immense wealth, unparalleled autonomy, and a sprawling physical network created the perfect incubator for the most secretive transportation system the medieval world had ever seen. So what exactly made a Templar road forbidden? It's a term that conjures images of overgrown trails blocked by fallen trees or guarded by stern knights. but the reality was far more nuanced and strategically brilliant. The forbidden nature was less about a physical barrier and more about a veil of secrecy, an information firewall that kept the true operational details of the route hidden from the outside world. Think of it not as a no trespassing sign, but as a road that appeared on no public map, whose ultimate destination and the cargo it typically carried were mysteries known only to a select few within the order. For a local farmer, it might just be a path through the woods he used occasionally, completely unaware that it was part of a coordinated, continent-spanning network for moving treasure. For a Templar sergeant, however, that same path was a clearly marked and meticulously managed segment of a secure corridor, complete with pre-arranged safe houses, specific landmarks for navigation, and a schedule of patrols. The secrecy was the primary defense mechanism. By controlling the knowledge of the route itself, its starting points, its waypoints, its final destinations, the Templars controlled who could use it, who could intercept its traffic, and most importantly, who even knew it was a significant thoroughfare in the first place. This control over information was what made these roads so powerful and so elusive. This system of concealment was a direct response to the very tangible threats of the medieval world. Public roads were perilous places. They were plagued by bandits who preyed on merchants, and they were studded with toll bridges and royal checkpoints operated by local barons or kings, all demanding a cut of any passing wealth. For an organization like the Templars, which routinely moved massive quantities of silver bullion, sacred relics, and sensitive diplomatic correspondence, this was an unacceptable risk and an intolerable expense. So, their forbidden roads were deliberately engineered to bypass these points of vulnerability. Instead of taking the main Roman road that passed through a town and its busy market square, a Templar convoy would use a lesser-known track that skirted the town entirely, perhaps running along a wooded ridge just out of sight. Instead of using the official and heavily taxed stone bridge across a river, they would know the location of a shallow, hidden ford a few miles upstream, or even a secluded spot where a temporary pontoon bridge could be deployed and then dismantled. This wasn't just about avoiding bandits, it was about avoiding the scrutiny of kings. The French or English monarchs, for instance, would have been very interested to know the scale and frequency of the Templars' financial movements. The Forbidden Roads provided a layer of operational privacy that kept their true economic power shrouded in mystery. The physical infrastructure of these routes was as sophisticated as the concept itself. A forbidden road was not a single, unbroken path, but a linked system of secure segments. At its heart were the Templar preceptories and commanderies, which served as fortified hubs. But connecting these major nodes was a web of smaller, more discreet waystations. These could be a seemingly ordinary mill, a remote farmstead, or a small chapel, all staffed by lay brothers or trusted associates of the order. To a casual observer, these were just normal parts of the rural landscape, but for a Templar traveler, they were vital safe houses offering food, fresh horses, a secure place to rest, and crucially, hidden cellars or underground chambers where cargo could be stored temporarily. The routes themselves were chosen with a master's eye for the terrain. They often utilized natural features for concealment and defense, traveling through dense forests, along narrow river valleys, or just below ridge lines to remain hidden from the plains below. There are even accounts suggesting the use of underground tunnels in certain areas, connecting a commandery to a hidden dock on a river or providing an escape route from a castle. The knowledge required to navigate this system was a form of currency within the order, passed on orally or through encrypted maps and documents that would be meaningless to anyone who did not possess the key. Ultimately, these roads were the physical manifestation of the Templars' unique blend of spiritual duty, military discipline, and financial acumen. They transformed the very landscape into a tool for securing and projecting their power. A simple footpath became a secure data cable, a secluded farmhouse became an encrypted server, a river ford became a private gateway. This was not just about moving from point A to point B. It was about controlling the flow of value and information across a continent with an efficiency and secrecy that would not be seen again for centuries. The Forbidden Road was in essence a mobile fortress, a system where the walls were made not of stone, but of silence, misdirection, and geographical cunning. This sophisticated understanding of logistics and security becomes vividly clear when we trace the path of one of the most famous of these routes, the clandestine corridor that connected their political heart in Paris with one of the great spiritual centers of the age, the magnificent Cathedral of Chartres. Now let's trace the path of the first of these legendary routes, a hidden corridor that perfectly illustrates the Templars' method in action. Imagine a Templar brother departing from the immense fortified complex known as the Paris Temple, the financial hub of the entire order. His destination is the soaring spires of Chartres Cathedral, one of the great masterpieces of Gothic architecture and a site of profound spiritual significance. To the thousands of pilgrims making this journey, the route was a public affair, a well-trodden path along the main roads, bustling with travelers, merchants, and the ever-present risk of robbery. But our Templar traveler would not take that obvious route. Instead, he would slip out through a discreet postern gate and onto a path known only to the initiated, a route we call the Pilgrim's Veil. This was not a single road, but a carefully curated sequence of trails, forest tracks, and secluded river crossings that formed a more direct and, most importantly, concealed line between these two power centers. The journey itself was a testament to the Order's mastery of the landscape, turning a simple trip into a covert operation. So why was such secrecy necessary for a route between a bank and a cathedral? The answer lies in the immense value of what was being transported and the political tensions simmering just beneath the surface. The Paris Temple was not just a church, it was the central treasury for the entire order, a vault containing the wealth of kings and the deposits of Europe's most powerful merchants. Chartres Cathedral, meanwhile, was a massive ongoing construction project and a spiritual magnet, requiring a constant flow of funds for its completion and upkeep. The Templars were heavily involved in this financial pipeline, moving silver and gold from their Parisian coffers to support the work at Chartres. But moving such wealth in the open was an invitation for disaster. Beyond the threat of common bandits, there was the growing envy of the French monarchy. King Philip IV, in particular, watched the Templars' independent financial power with a mixture of awe and resentment, his own treasury perpetually drained by wars. The clandestine movement of funds along the Pilgrim's Veil was a strategic necessity to keep the true scale of their transactions hidden from the king's increasingly greedy gaze. But the cargo was not limited to coin. Chartres was a repository of advanced architectural knowledge and a focal point for esoteric thought. The revolutionary Gothic techniques that allowed for its breathtaking height and light were closely guarded secrets. It is highly plausible that the Templars used this hidden road to transport not just money, but also architectural plans, skilled master masons, and sensitive knowledge between their headquarters and the cathedral workshop. Furthermore, persistent legends speak of sacred relics, perhaps even artifacts associated with the Virgin Mary, to whom Chartres is dedicated, being moved under the cover of utmost secrecy. A public procession with a holy relic would draw enormous crowds and attention. A small, unmarked party traveling the Pilgrim's Veil could move the same object with no one the wiser. This road was a conduit for the three pillars of Templar power: wealth, knowledge, and faith, all flowing silently beneath the radar of the medieval world. Navigating this route required more than just a good sense of direction. It required a shared, secret knowledge passed between trusted brothers. A courier would not have carried a detailed map, but rather a mental inventory of specific, seemingly mundane landmarks. A particular gnarled oak tree at a fork in the path, a certain standing stone in a field, the silhouette of a distant hill when viewed from a specific bend in a stream, these were his signposts. His journey was broken into segments between safe houses, which were not grand commanderies, but rather isolated farms, mill houses, or small chapels that were either owned by the order or run by sympathetic lay benefactors. At these locations, he could find a hot meal, a fresh horse, and a secure place to sleep, often in a hidden cellar or a fortified room. The route also included pre-arranged rendezvous points, such as a clearing in the forest of Rambouillet or a secluded meadow along the Jura River, where he could meet with other Templar agents to exchange messages or transfer custody of valuable cargo. This entire system operated on a foundation of absolute trust and discreet efficiency, making the landscape itself a partner in their secrecy. The successful arrival of a courier at the back gates of Chartres, his mission completed without any public notice, was the ultimate proof of the Forbidden Roads' power. While the route from Paris to Chartres was a masterclass in overland secrecy, the Templars' true genius lay in their ability to operate across the open sea, weaving a maritime web that connected continents. Their most critical naval gateway was the fortified port of La Rochelle on France's Atlantic coast. This wasn't just a harbor, it was the beating heart of their transatlantic operations, the primary node for a clandestine network we call the Coastal Whisper. This route was the vital artery pumping lifeblood, men, money, and messages between their continental power base and their vast, lucrative holdings in England and Scotland. To the outside world, Templar ships were a common sight, sailing openly on the business of the order, but the reality was far more intricate and covert. The true secrecy of this sea road lay not in the ships themselves, but in the details of their journey, the specific, often unconventional courses they plotted across the channel, the hidden coves and deserted beaches they used for landfall instead of official, monitored ports, and the discreet inland paths that connected these remote landing sites to a network of secure preceptories. This entire system, from a captain's secret navigational choices to a waiting horseman on a moonlit beach, formed the Forbidden Road. The sheer strategic importance of La Rochelle cannot be overstated. The Templars owned the entire port, a privilege granted to them by Elena of Aquitaine. This gave them complete control over who and what came in and went out, free from the prying eyes of royal customs officials or rival merchants. From here, their distinctive, fast-moving cargo ships called buses would set sail, while other vessels might take the most direct route to major ports like London or Southampton. Templar captains had a different set of priorities. They knew that predictability was a vulnerability, so their routes were deliberately varied. They might sail further out into the Atlantic before turning north, using prevailing winds and currents to their advantage, or they might hug the coastline, disappearing into the sea mist and using the jagged, island-dotted shores of Brittany for cover. The goal was to arrive at their destination not at a bustling commercial dock, but at a pre-arranged, secluded location. Imagine a small, rocky inlet on the northern coast of Cornwall, accessible only at high tide and hidden from view by towering cliffs. Here, a ship could drop anchor under the cover of darkness. This was the maritime equivalent of the hidden forest path, a place where they could operate completely off the grid. This system reached its ultimate test during the Order's final, desperate days. In the weeks and months leading up to that fateful Friday, October 13, 1307, when King Philip IV's agents moved to arrest every Templar in France, the Coastal Whisper became an escape route of monumental importance. Legends and fragmented historical accounts suggest that a significant portion of the Templars' legendary treasury, along with key members of the Order and their most sensitive archives, was loaded onto a fleet of ships at La Rochelle. Under the veil of secrecy their network provided, this fleet allegedly slipped away, vanishing from the historical record. The Forbidden Road allowed them to move this immense wealth out from under the nose of the French king precisely because it bypassed every official checkpoint. The gold was not loaded at a royal dock under the watch of the king's men. It was loaded at their own private quay. The ships did not sail for a known English port where they would be subject to inspection. They sailed for a secret cove known only to them. This was the network's finest and most tragic hour, proving that their logistical system could function even as their political world collapsed around them. Once a ship made landfall at one of these hidden coastal points, the second phase of the journey began, the overland leg of the coastal whisper. A cargo unloaded in a Cornish cove didn't stay there, it had to move inland to safety. This is where the Templars' terrestrial network seamlessly took over. From that remote beach, a team of trusted sergeants and local guides would transfer the cargo to pack horses or carts. They would then follow a carefully guarded path leading away from the coast, perhaps moving only at night, to a nearby preceptory like temple on the windswept Bodmin Moor. This location itself was remote and easily defensible. From there, the journey would continue in stages, moving north through a chain of other commanderies, each one a safe house and a new pool of fresh horses and guards. The ultimate destination for some of this traffic may well have been the relative safety of Scotland, where King Robert the Bruce, himself excommunicated by the Pope, was unlikely to cooperate with the arrests ordered by Philip and the Pope. A route from a hidden cove in Cornwall all the way to a remote commandery in the Scottish borders, such as Mericulta near Aberdeen, would have been a masterpiece of clandestine logistics, allowing entire convoys of men and material to simply vanish from official view, absorbed into the rugged landscape. The coastal whisper, therefore, was more than just a sea lane. It was a hybrid system, a perfect fusion of maritime and terrestrial secrecy that highlights the truly global, interconnected scale of Templar operations. It demonstrates their understanding that security was a continuous process, not something that ended when the ship reached shore. This ability to move assets seamlessly from the heart of France to the remotest parts of the British Isles without leaving a trace in the official records was a form of power that kings could only dream of. It was a network built not on castles alone, but on knowledge of tides, of hidden anchorages, of forgotten shepherds' tracks, and of the men who could be trusted to keep a secret. This vast northwestern corridor of influence finds a powerful parallel in another rugged frontier landscape, where the Templars employed similar tactics of concealment and cross-cultural navigation along the sun-baked mountains separating Christendom from the Moorish kingdoms of Iberia. While the coastal whisper connected them across the sea, the Templars also mastered the art of moving through the most formidable terrestrial barrier in Western Europe, the Pyrenees Mountains. This was not a single path, but a complex network of high-altitude trails and hidden valleys known as the Iberian Cipher, a route that connected their powerful commanderies in southern France, like Mas-Dieu, with their burgeoning strongholds in the Spanish kingdoms of Aragon and Portugal. For any other traveler, crossing these jagged peaks was a daunting challenge, with the main passes like the famous Roncesvalles serving as the primary and perilously public corridors. But the Templars were not any other travelers. They deliberately avoided these well-trodden routes, choosing instead to navigate a web of lesser-known, more treacherous paths that snaked through remote gorges and across windswept high passes. This choice was a calculated masterpiece of strategic planning, turning the mountain's inherent danger into their greatest asset. The sheer physical difficulty of these routes acted as a natural filter, deterring all but the most determined and those who possessed the secret knowledge of the way. The volatile political landscape of the Iberian Peninsula made this secrecy absolutely essential. This was the era of the Reconquista, the centuries-long struggle between the Christian kingdoms in the north and the Moorish taifas in the south. This was not a simple, static frontline, but a shifting, chaotic patchwork of alliances and betrayals, where a Christian king might one day be at war with a Moorish emir, and the next day in a temporary alliance with him against a rival Christian neighbor. In this environment, banditry was rampant, and any well-equipped convoy on a main road was a target for every rogue baron, mercenary company, or group of outlaws. For the Templars, who are constantly moving between these conflicts, ferrying funds to support the crusading efforts, transporting knights from one siege to another, or conducting delicate diplomacy, traveling in the open was an unacceptable risk. The Iberian Cipher allowed them to operate in the shadows of the war. They could move a contingent of troops from Aragon to support the Portuguese crown without every local lord along the way knowing their strength and destination. Or they could transport silver from mines in the north to pay for fortifications in the south without attracting the attention of those who would happily relieve them of such a burden. Beyond mere security from physical threats, these hidden mountain roads served a far more profound and subtle purpose. They were clandestine corridors for the transfer of knowledge. The Templars, with their deep roots in both the European and Levantine worlds, were uniquely positioned to act as brokers between cultures. In the relative safety of their remote Pyrenean commanderies, far from the prying eyes of more doctrinally rigid church authorities, exchanges that would have been unthinkable in Paris or Rome could take place. The Iberian Cipher facilitated the secret movement of not just men and money, but of ideas. It is highly plausible that along these paths traveled Moorish scholars carrying advanced texts on mathematics and astronomy, Jewish physicians sharing their medical knowledge, and Christian translators working to render Arabic science into Latin. The Templars, with their extensive banking operations, would have been keenly interested in Moorish advancements in algebra and accounting. Their castle builders would have valued new engineering concepts for fortifications and siege engines. This hidden intellectual commerce flowing through the mountains helped channel the sophisticated knowledge of Al-Andalus into the heart of an awakening Europe, with the Templars acting as the discreet custodians of this cross-cultural dialogue. Navigating the Iberian Cipher required a specific and rare set of skills. Templar sergeants assigned to this route were more than just knights. They were masters of the mountain, possessing an almost intuitive understanding of the terrain. They knew which passes were clear of snow in early spring, which river valleys provided cover from view, and which seemingly impassable cliff face had a narrow ledge that could be traversed by a sure-footed mule. They relied on local Basque or Aragonese guides, men whose families had known these secret ways for generations, and whose loyalty was secured by the order. The waystations along this route were not grand castles, but humble, fortified shelters built into rock faces or situated in high meadows, places that offered minimal comfort but maximum security. A traveler on the Iberian Cipher would have experienced a journey of stark isolation and breathtaking silence, broken only by the sound of wind and the steady clink of a mule's harness. This was a road that demanded resilience and rewarded it with near-total invisibility, a testament to a logistical prowess that viewed a mountain range not as a barrier but as a shield. This same ability to turn hostile geography to their advantage would become their most critical survival tool in a far more distant and dangerous theater of operations, where the stakes were not just wealth or knowledge, but the very survival of the Crusader states themselves. But the Templars' logistical genius wasn't just for the familiar landscapes of Europe. it faced its ultimate test in the brutal, sun-scorched theater of the Holy Land. Here, in the fragile Crusader states known collectively as Outremer, the very concept of a public road was a death trap. Saracen cavalry could appear from the dusty horizon in an instant, and every rocky defile was a potential site for a devastating ambush. For the Knights Templar, charged with protecting pilgrims and shoring up the defenses of these vulnerable kingdoms, secrecy wasn't a strategic advantage, it was an absolute necessity for survival. This desperate need gave birth to one of their most vital and clandestine networks, the Outremer Artery, a hidden circulatory system that connected their de facto capital in Acre with the ultimate prize, the holy city of Jerusalem. While pilgrims and common traders risked their lives on the exposed coastal highway, the Templars moved through the shadows, using a web of paths so well concealed that their full route remains one of the great unsolved puzzles of medieval archaeology. The primary function of this artery was to enable the rapid and unseen movement of the three things most critical to the survival of the Crusader states: troops, intelligence, and key personnel. Imagine the Grand Master in Acre receiving a desperate plea for reinforcements from a besieged castle in the Judean hills. Sending a column of knights down the main road would be slow and would telegraph their intentions directly to the enemy. Instead, a much smaller, faster-moving contingent would slip out of a hidden postern gate and onto the artery. They could travel light and swift, bypassing known trouble spots and Saracen patrols, arriving unexpectedly to bolster the defense or launch a counterattack. Similarly, the safe passage of senior officials, diplomats, and even rival lords between the two cities was paramount for maintaining a unified political front. A public journey made a dignitary a target for capture and ransom, a political and financial disaster. The artery provided a secure corridor, ensuring that the leadership of Outremer could communicate and coordinate without constantly gambling with their lives. This network turned the Templars into the central nervous system of the entire Crusader project, allowing them to react to threats with a speed and coordination that often baffled their opponents. To achieve this level of stealth, the Templars became masters of unconventional navigation, repurposing the ancient landscape itself for their own secret ends. They didn't just follow goat trails, they integrated a diverse and ingenious array of features into their route. One of their most clever tactics was the use of dry riverbeds known as wadis. These natural trenches, carved by seasonal rains, provided deep, winding channels that offered near-total concealment from view on the open plains above. A column of men and horses could move for miles completely hidden, their progress masked by the high, crumbling banks. In other areas, they utilized the remnants of Roman infrastructure, such as long-abandoned aqueducts. The stone channels and service tunnels of these ancient marvels provided ready-made, covered pathways through otherwise exposed terrain. Furthermore, they employed local guides, Christian Syrians, Maronites, or even trusted Bedouin scouts, who possessed ancestral knowledge of hidden mountain passes and forgotten tracks through the Cimmerian hills. These guides knew which paths offered fresh water springs and which ridges provided the best vantage points to scout ahead for danger. The artery was not a single road, but a fluid, adaptable menu of secret options, allowing travelers to shift their route based on current threats and conditions. The physical infrastructure supporting this journey was a network of fortified waystations, but these were far from the sprawling commanderies of Europe. In the hostile environment of Outremer, a waystation was first and foremost a defensible strongpoint. These were often converted caravanserais, small crusader watchtowers, or even caves that had been fortified with stone walls and iron gates. Located a hard day's ride apart, they offered not just shelter and supplies, but a desperately needed sanctuary. Within their walls, a courier could exchange his exhausted horse for a fresh one, a practice that allowed messages to be relayed from Acre to Jerusalem with astonishing speed. More importantly, these waystations served as intelligence hubs. The brothers stationed at these lonely outposts would constantly gather information from passing travelers, local informants, and their own patrols about Saracen movements, updating a living, mental map of the safe and dangerous zones. This real-time intelligence was then filtered back along the Artery, allowing the Templar leadership to make strategic decisions based on the most current information available, a capability that gave them a critical edge in a war of constant maneuver. The ultimate testament to the success of the Outremer Artery is its enduring mystery. Unlike the Roman roads whose stones still mark the landscape, the precise paths of this Templar network have largely vanished back into the earth. Its secrecy was so complete that after the final collapse of the Crusader states following the fall of Acre in 1291, knowledge of its routes fragmented and was lost. Many of the paths, having never been marked on any public map, were simply forgotten, reclaimed by the desert sands and the rugged scrubland. This intentional obscurity means that modern historians and archaeologists can only speculate about its exact course, piecing together clues from chronicles, the placement of known Templar sites, and the logic of the land itself. The Artery accomplished its mission so effectively that it successfully hid itself not just from its contemporary enemies, but from history itself. This profound silence speaks louder than any record of its existence, a ghost in the landscape that underscores the Templars' unparalleled commitment to operational security in a land where every journey could be your last. This mastery of covert movement in a hostile environment finds a fascinating parallel in a very different part of their empire, where the challenges were not Sun and Saracens, but the deep, dark forests and complex politics of the Holy Roman Empire. Venturing north from the sun-baked mountains of the Holy Land, the Templars' secret network extended deep into the heart of the Holy Roman Empire, a realm of dense forests, powerful princes, and burgeoning commerce. Here we find the fifth Forbidden Road, the Teutonic Passage, a corridor linking the vital financial hub of Frankfurt with the formidable fortress of Marienburg, the capital of the Teutonic Order in distant Prussia. While the Black Cross of the Teutonic Knights is more famously associated with these northern crusades, the Templars, with their distinctive white mantles, were deeply enmeshed in this world. The two great military orders were not rivals in this theater, but partners in a complex dance of faith and finance. They shared a common purpose in supporting the broader crusading movement, and more pragmatically, they shared logistical knowledge and very likely the use of each other's secure routes. This passage was a physical manifestation of that cooperation, a hidden highway that wove together the economic muscle of Germany with the militaristic expansion on the Baltic frontier. The primary cargo moving along this northern road was the lifeblood of medieval power, silver. The Holy Roman Empire, particularly the mines in the Harz Mountains and the Black Forest, was a primary source of this precious metal, and Frankfurt was emerging as a critical financial center where this wealth was traded and minted. The Templars, with their sophisticated banking operations, were central to this flow of capital. They needed a secure method to transport silver bullion from these German sources north to the Teutonic Knights, who required vast sums to fund their relentless campaigns to Christianize Prussia and to build their formidable brick castles. Sending such treasure on public roads through the patchwork of German states was an enormous risk, with every local baron and border count demanding a toll or, worse, simply seizing it. The Teutonic Passage provided a solution, allowing the Templars to move this wealth with discretion, far from the envious gaze of the emperor and the countless other princes who would have loved to intercept such a prize. This was not just a delivery service, it was a strategic partnership financing a northern crusade that served the interests of the entire Latin Church. Diplomacy was another crucial and often overlooked function of this route. The Templars acted as international power brokers, and their missions between the imperial court and the Teutonic leadership required the utmost discretion. The politics of the Holy Roman Empire were notoriously convoluted, with the emperor's authority constantly challenged by powerful dukes, archbishops, and free cities. A public embassy carrying sensitive proposals or negotiating the terms of military support could easily be waylaid or its messages intercepted, sparking diplomatic incidents or even open conflict. The Forbidden Road offered a solution. A Templar legate could travel from Frankfurt using this hidden corridor, moving in secrecy to discuss troop deployments, financial arrangements, or papal directives with the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order without every faction in between being aware of their discussions. This clandestine diplomacy ensured that the two most powerful military orders in Christendom could coordinate their strategies and present a united front, their plans shielded from the prying eyes of their many adversaries. The geography of the Teutonic Passage was a masterpiece of practical logistics, perfectly suited to the Templars' methods. They were masters of using the landscape as both map and shield, and this route expertly combined river travel with overland segments. A journey would likely begin on the River Main, a major waterway flowing west from Frankfurt. Templar barges, disguised as common merchant vessels, could carry heavy cargo like silver ingots with relative ease. But rivers have official toll stations and are predictable, so at a pre-arranged secluded spot, the cargo would be transferred to a land convoy. This is where the true secrecy began. The overland legs of the journey plunged into the immense, dark expanse of forests like the Thuringian Wald or the Spessart. These were not friendly, park-like woods, but vast, untamed wildernesses, feared by common travelers as haunts of wolves and outlaws. For the Templars, however, these forests were a perfect cloak. Their commanderies and preceptories were strategically placed within or on the edges of these woodlands, serving as hidden waystations. A place like the commandery at Skiffenberg, for instance, could offer a secure haven, fresh horses, and a guarded cellar, all while being nestled in a location that was off the main thoroughfares. The route would then likely link up with other river systems like the Oder to continue the journey north towards the Baltic coast and onto the formidable red brick fortress of Marienburg. This seamless shift from river to forest path and back again made the Templar convoy a ghost, appearing and disappearing from the conventional map. This northern corridor powerfully illustrates that the Templars' forbidden network was not a solitary, isolated system, but part of a much wider, interconnected web of influence maintained by the various military orders. The Teutonic Passage shows us a world where the Templars, the Teutonic Knights, and even the Knights Hospitaller operated a kind of medieval intelligence and logistics alliance. They shared safe houses, passed on vital information about bandit activity or political unrest, and provided mutual aid. A Templar courier could likely present his credentials at a Teutonic commandery and receive assistance, and vice versa. This cooperation magnified the power and reach of each individual order, creating a pan-European deep state that operated with a degree of coordination that secular kingdoms could only dream of. The Teutonic Passage was more than just a road. It was a strand in this intricate web, a testament to the fact that the real power in the medieval world often lay not in the glittering crowns of kings, but in the silent, coordinated movements of these dedicated brotherhoods. This web of sacred and secret influence stretched in every direction, and as we turn from the misty forests of Germany, our path now leads south to the sun-drenched and equally treacherous political landscape of the Italian peninsula. While the Teutonic passage wove through the shadowy forests of the north, another kind of power was being negotiated under the bright Italian sun, a power that flowed directly from the throne of St. Peter. The Templars' unique authority, their ability to operate above the laws of kings, was not a right they claimed for themselves. It was a privilege granted by the Pope, the spiritual and political leader of medieval Christendom. This made their direct line to the papacy perhaps their most valuable asset, and protecting that line required a different kind of forbidden road, one that operated in the very backyard of Western power. This was the Papal Byway, a clandestine corridor connecting the Papal Palace in the hill town of Anagni to the Eternal City of Rome. While high-ranking church officials and diplomats traveled the well-maintained and very public Via Latina, a major consular road bustling with traffic, the Templars utilized a parallel, far more discreet route. This wasn't a road for moving armies or silver ingots. It was a road for moving influence, a hidden channel for the lifeblood of their political power: papal decrees, encrypted communications, and the funds that greased the wheels of the vast ecclesiastical machine. The need for such secrecy so close to the center of the Christian world reveals a truth often lost in the grand narrative of church history. The papacy was not a monolithic entity operating in serene isolation. It was a prize perpetually caught in the crossfire of feuding Roman noble families, most famously the Orsini and the Colonna, who fought for control over the papacy to advance their own wealth and influence. A public messenger carrying a sealed papal bull that granted the Templars new lands or tax exemptions was a tempting target. He could be waylaid, the document stolen or destroyed, and the message never delivered, all to thwart a rival family's ambitions or simply to extort a ransom from the order. The Papal Byway was the Templars' answer to this viper's nest of Italian politics. It allowed them to bypass these dangerous factions entirely. A Templar courier, traveling light and fast on this hidden route, could transport a critical document from the Pope's court in Anagni directly to the order's representatives in Rome without any of the warring nobles even knowing the message existed. This ensured that the Pope's will, when it favored the Templars, was executed swiftly and without interference, preserving the order's hard-won privileges from the corrupting influence of local politics. The cargo on this road was arguably more valuable than gold. The most important items were the papal bulls themselves, official decrees stamped with the papal seal, or bulla. These documents were the legal foundation of the Templars' entire operation. A bull like Omni Datum Optimum, issued in 1139, granted them immense independence, allowing them to keep their spoils of war and placing them under direct papal authority, free from the control of local bishops. The safe and secret delivery of such a document was paramount. Its loss or delay could leave the order vulnerable to challenges from jealous ecclesiastical princes. Beyond these formal decrees, the Byway carried sensitive diplomatic correspondence. The Pope might use this trusted channel to send confidential instructions to the Templars regarding negotiations with the Holy Roman Emperor or the Byzantine Basilius, matters of state that required the utmost discretion. The Templars, in turn, could use the road to send their own intelligence reports back to the Pope, providing him with an independent source of information from across Europe and the Holy Land, unfiltered by the often biased reports of kings and cardinals. This made them not just the Pope's bankers but his eyes and ears. Navigating the Papal Byway required a deep understanding of the landscape and a network of discreet contacts. The route likely diverged from the Via Latina shortly after leaving Anagni, cutting across the rolling hills of the Lazio region through a series of lesser-known tracks. These paths would have taken the courier through the lands of monasteries or small villages loyal to the papacy or directly under its control, rather than the territories of the great Roman families. The waystations were not grand commanderies, but perhaps a secluded monastic cell, a fortified grange owned by the church, or the residence of a sympathetic bishop. Here, the courier could exchange his tired horse for a fresh one, ensuring the message maintained its speed. The final approach into Rome itself would have been the most delicate part of the journey. Instead of entering through one of the main gates, which were watched by the agents of the noble families, the Templar messenger would use a smaller, less conspicuous entrance, perhaps near the Tiber River, slipping into the city like a shadow to deliver his precious cargo directly to the Templar house near the Pantheon. This entire operation was a ballet of political necessity, a dance of discretion performed in the heart of Christendom to protect the very documents that allowed the Templars to build their empire. The fact that they needed such a secret road just to communicate with their own ultimate authority speaks volumes about the treacherous and complex world they navigated, a world where spiritual power was constantly jostled by very earthly ambitions. This intricate dance of politics and privilege was, however, entirely dependent on a robust and equally discreet economic engine, a system of moving wealth that required its own set of hidden roads, which we will now turn to explore. So how exactly did the Templars hide an entire road network in plain sight across Europe and the Holy Land? Their method was less about grand construction and more about brilliant adaptation, a form of geographical alchemy that transformed the ordinary landscape into a secret guide. They were masters of camouflage, not engineers of ostentation. Rather than paving new, conspicuous highways that would announce their presence, they invested their genius in weaving their routes so perfectly into the natural and man-made environment that they became virtually invisible to anyone not initiated into their secrets. This architectural approach to secrecy began with a deep, almost mystical reading of the land itself. They are often said to have utilized ancient trackways, sometimes referred to as ley lines, which are hypothetical alignments of prehistoric sites. While the modern concept of ley lines is controversial, it reflects a historical truth. The Templars recognized and used ancient paths that had been sacred or significant for millennia, routes that already felt right for travel and were often aligned with celestial phenomena. This provided a hidden logic to their network, a layer of meaning invisible to the common traveler. For nighttime navigation, when secrecy was most absolute, they relied on the stars. Specific constellations would be used as celestial signposts. The position of the North Star or the path of Orion's belt might indicate a turn or confirm a traveler's bearing, turning the night sky into a vast, unstealable map that was available only to those taught how to read it. Their architectural choices also served as a clandestine signaling system. The Templars are famous for their round churches, modeled on the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. While their spiritual symbolism is profound, their practical function as navigational aids is often overlooked. Placed on hilltops or in clearings, these distinctive structures were often visible from a great distance. To a lost pilgrim, a round church was a place of sanctuary, but to a Templar brother on a forbidden road, it was a precise waypoint. The orientation of a particular doorway, the alignment of a specific window with a distant mountain peak, or even the pattern of light falling through the rotunda at a certain time of day could convey critical directional information. A church might not mark the road itself, but rather point toward the next hidden segment of the path, a silent stone sentinel guiding the way for those who understood its language. This integration of sacred architecture with terrestrial navigation created a dual-purpose infrastructure that perfectly embodied their hybrid identity as monks and logisticians. The very placement of the roads in the terrain was a lesson in tactical concealment. Instead of taking the most direct route over a hill, which would expose a traveler to observation for miles around, a Templar path would often run just below the ridgeline. This technique, known as contouring, kept the traveler hidden from the valleys below while still providing the elevated perspective needed for navigation. In flat or wooded areas, the roads plunged directly into the heart of the densest, most uncharted forests. These were not the managed woodlands we know today, but vast, dark wildernesses feared by most people as the haunts of wolves, outlaws, and malevolent spirits. This popular fear was the Templars' best ally, providing a natural security perimeter that deterred the curious. Their routes would follow game trails or dry riverbeds, paths that were firm underfoot but offered complete overhead cover from sight. Crossing open farmland was a particular challenge, solved by routing the path along property boundaries, hedgerows, or within the deep shade of tree lines, turning the patchwork of medieval agriculture into a quilt of concealed movement. The waystations along these routes were the hidden gears of the entire system, and their design was a masterpiece of misdirection. A Templar safe house was rarely a grand castle flying their famous bow-seamed banner. More often, it was a seemingly ordinary and utterly unremarkable part of the rural economy. It might appear to be a simple watermill, a working farmstead, or a humble monastic grange. To the local population, it was just where Brother Jean ground the grain or where the order's sheep were sheared. But beneath this mundane facade lay a secret world. Many of these buildings featured heavily fortified cellars with concealed entrances, perhaps behind a rotating stone in the hearth or beneath a false floor in a stable. These underground chambers served as secure storage for bullion, relics, or archives, and as hidden dormitories for personnel moving undercover. The mill's constant noise could mask the sounds of arriving and departing parties, while the farm's daily comings and goings of laborers and carts provided perfect cover for the insertion and extraction of couriers and cargo. The perfect waystation was one that was so integrated into the local community that it became invisible, a place where secrets could hide not in darkness, but in the plain light of everyday life. Perhaps the most fragile and crucial component of this architecture was the method of preserving the knowledge itself. In an age before reliable cartography, how was the complex detail of these routes recorded and transmitted? The answer lies in a robust system of oral tradition combined with deliberately obscure cartography. Detailed maps were a liability. If captured, they could unravel the entire network. Therefore, the most sensitive information was never written down at all. Instead, it was committed to memory through a process of rigorous training and repetition. A young sergeant or a freer sergeant assigned to messenger duty would travel the routes repeatedly with a seasoned guide, learning not the names of towns, but a sequence of physical landmarks: the lightning-blasted oak, the trio of standing stones, the ruined chimney of an old forge. This knowledge was a form of tribal memory protected by the bonds of the order and the severe penalties for betrayal. When maps were absolutely necessary, they were likely encrypted. A map might appear to be a simple sketch of a local area, but the icons upon it, a particular style of cross, a sequence of dots, a pattern of lines, could represent a cipher. The true meaning, the locations of the safe houses, the dangerous sections to avoid, would only be revealed when the map was interpreted using a codebook or a cipher wheel, a device the Templars are rumored to have used. This ensured that even if a satchel of documents was taken by bandits, the information within would be gibberish, protecting the network by rendering its own blueprints meaningless to an outsider. This logistical marvel, the web of hidden roads, would have been useless without an equally sophisticated system to carry the information that gave those roads their purpose. The true lifeblood of the Templar network was not the gold in the chests, but the knowledge in the dispatches, and for moving that knowledge, they engineered what can only be described as a medieval internet, a high-speed, encrypted postal service that gave them an intelligence edge over every kingdom and empire of their time. At the heart of this system was the humble but critically important Templar messenger, a figure who was part monk, part athlete, and part spy. These men were not the heavily armored knights of popular legend. They were often sergeants, lay brothers chosen for their endurance, their discretion, and their intimate knowledge of the local terrain. They rode light and fast, carrying only the essentials, their message, a waterskin, a small purse for emergencies, and an unwavering sense of duty. Their mission was simple in concept but staggering in its execution: to move critical information from one point to another with a speed that defied the normal pace of the medieval world, a speed that could mean the difference between a castle holding out or falling, a king remaining an ally or becoming a foe. To achieve this blistering pace, the Templars perfected a relay system that would not be rivaled in Europe for centuries. Think of it not as a single rider making an epic journey, but as a coordinated team effort spread across the entire continent. A message from the Grand Master in Paris destined for a commander in Acre would not be carried by one man on one horse. Instead, it would be passed like a baton in a race. The first rider would depart the Paris temple at a gallop, heading for the nearest commandery, perhaps in Provence. Upon arrival, he would not stop to rest or eat a leisurely meal. He would immediately hand the sealed packet to a fresh rider already saddled and waiting, who would then spur his horse and race to the next node in the network, perhaps in Dijon. This process would repeat itself across France, down through Italy to a port, onto a fast ship, and then continue through the waystations of the Outremer Artery. The horses were the key. Each commandery along these major routes maintained a stable of the finest, fastest palfreys or coursers, kept in peak condition and reserved exclusively for this messenger service. By changing mounts at every stop, the riders could maintain a sustained speed of 50 or 60 miles a day, a rate that would exhaust and kill a single horse and rider attempting the same distance. This system meant that urgent news could travel from London to Jerusalem in a matter of weeks, while conventional travelers or royal messengers, bogged down by a single mount and the need to pay tolls on public roads, would take many months. To their contemporaries, the Templars' seemingly instant awareness of events happening 1,000 miles away must have appeared almost supernatural, fostering a reputation of omniscience that was itself a form of power. Yet speed was only half of the equation, security was the other. A message traveling at lightning speed is useless, or worse, catastrophic, if its contents are read by the wrong eyes. The Templars understood this intimately, and so their messengers did not carry simple, plainly worded letters. They were the custodians of a sophisticated system of encryption, turning every dispatch into a puzzle that could only be solved by the intended recipient. The methods were varied and layered. At the most basic level, messengers used a system of coded phrases and symbols. A seemingly innocent sentence in a letter, like "The harvest in Burgundy has been plentiful," might be a pre-arranged code indicating that a shipment of silver had arrived safely. A particular mark drawn in the margin, a specific cross, a sequence of dots, a stylized fish, could convey a wealth of information about the sender's status, the reliability of the intelligence, or the required urgency of the response. This was steganography, the art of hiding a message within an innocent-looking container, and it was a first line of defense against casual interception. For the most sensitive communications, however, they likely employed far more complex ciphers. While no definitive Templar cipher wheel has ever been discovered, many historians point to their known sophistication in mathematics and finance as strong circumstantial evidence that they used such devices. A cipher wheel, or Alberti disk, consists of two concentric disks, each inscribed with an alphabet. By turning the disks to a pre-agreed alignment, a writer could transform every letter in his message into a different one. Even if an enemy agent stole the message, all he would see was gibberish. The key to the cipher, the specific alignment of the wheels, would be known only to the Templar leadership at either end of the communication line. Other theories suggest they used complex substitution codes based on liturgical texts, such as the Vulgate Bible. In this system, a series of numbers in a message might correspond to a specific chapter, verse, and word in a Bible that both the sender and receiver possessed. The message 12:42:7 might mean the 12th word of the 42nd verse of the 7th chapter of the book of Genesis. Without that specific, agreed-upon key text, the numbers were meaningless. This multi-layered approach to communication, combining raw speed with unbreakable secrecy, created an information pipeline that was the envy and the fear of every monarch in Europe. The ability to know more and to know it faster than anyone else was a form of currency that, in many ways, was more valuable than the silver they transported. And it was this very capability that demanded a financial engine of unprecedented scale to keep it running. All of this, the hidden paths, the secret waystations, the fleet-footed messengers with their coded dispatches, came at an almost unimaginable cost. Maintaining a clandestine network that spanned a continent and beyond was a staggeringly expensive enterprise. There were guards to be paid, safe houses to be kept in good repair, horses to be fed and stabled, and ship captains to be compensated for their discretion. This vast financial burden could not be borne by donations or the spoils of war alone. It required an economic engine of revolutionary power and sophistication, and the Templars, in their relentless pursuit of efficiency and security, proceeded to build one. They became, in effect, the inventors of international banking, creating a financial system so advanced that it would not only fund their shadows, but would also fundamentally reshape the flow of wealth across the medieval world. This innovation began with a simple yet brilliant solution to a pilgrim's most pressing problem: how to travel to the Holy Land without carrying a small fortune in coin, which was an open invitation to every thief and cutthroat along the way. The system they devised was elegant in its simplicity and revolutionary in its implications. A nobleman in London planning his pilgrimage could deposit a sum of gold at the local Templar commandery, the New Temple. In return, he would not receive a heavy, clinking chest to lug across Europe. Instead, he would be given a meticulously prepared letter of credit, a piece of parchment inscribed with coded symbols and phrases. This document was, in essence, a medieval traveler's check, a promise of payment. The pilgrim could then undertake his long and perilous journey to Jerusalem, his person unburdened by the weight of his own wealth. Upon arriving at the Templar fortress in the Holy City, he would present his letter. The brothers there, using their own set of codes or cipher keys, would verify the document's authenticity and then dispense the equivalent value to him in the local currency, minus a small fee for the service, of course. This system eliminated the single greatest risk for wealthy travelers and, in the process, made the Templars indispensable. They had created a trusted, international brand for the secure transfer of value, a concept that seems commonplace to us today, but was nothing short of miraculous in the 12th century. But here lies a fascinating and often misunderstood paradox. While this letter of credit system meant that individual pilgrims no longer needed to transport bullion, the Templars themselves absolutely did. The entire financial edifice was built on trust, and that trust was, in turn, backed by the cold, hard reality of silver and gold. If pilgrims in Jerusalem were constantly withdrawing funds that had been deposited in London, then the treasury in Jerusalem would eventually run dry. To maintain the integrity of their banking operations, the Templars had to engage in a massive, continuous, and highly secretive movement of actual bullion between their major treasury hubs to balance the books. The letters of credit were just pieces of paper. The real value was in the vaults. This is where the Forbidden Roads became the indispensable circulatory system of their entire financial empire. The same hidden paths that carried spies and knights were also used by heavily guarded convoys of pack mules, their panniers laden with silver bars or sacks of gold coin, moving from a preceptory in the English countryside to the central treasury in Paris, or from Paris to a port for shipment to Acre. The financial innovation created the need for the secret logistics, and the secret logistics, in turn, made the financial innovation possible. It was a perfect, self-reinforcing cycle of power. The profits generated by this banking service were astronomical. The fees alone provided a river of silver, but the Templars' financial acumen did not stop there. They became the treasurers and financial advisors to kings and popes, managing royal debts, overseeing tax collection, and even arranging loans to finance wars and construction projects. At the same time, their own economic base was colossal. They were not just a military or a banking order, they were one of the largest landowners in Europe. Their preceptories were not merely forts, they were thriving agricultural and industrial centers. They owned vast estates that produced grain, wool, and wine. They operated mills, mines, and vineyards. They built and managed their own fleets of ships. This diversified portfolio, banking fees, royal financial services, and massive agricultural and industrial production, generated a surplus of wealth that was almost beyond comprehension. And a significant portion of this surplus was deliberately funneled back into the secrecy infrastructure. The profits from a vineyard in Burgundy could pay for a new hidden waystation in the Pyrenees. The interest on a loan to the King of France could fund a team of messengers for a year. The roads and the economy were locked in a symbiotic embrace. The wealth built the roads, and the roads protected the wealth. This immense, self-sustaining financial power, however, cast a long and dangerous shadow. The very system that made the Templars so effective also made them a target. To the kings of Europe, particularly Philip IV of France, the Templars represented a profound and unsettling problem. Philip, known as Philip the Fair, was perpetually in debt, his treasury drained by costly wars and his own extravagant court. He owed massive sums to the Templars, who acted as his bankers. At the same time, he looked upon their independent, cross-border financial network with a mixture of envy and fear. Here was an organization that was wealthier than the crown, answerable to no king, and in possession of a private communication system that could move information and wealth faster than his own royal messengers. The Templars were a state within his state, and their power was an affront to his ambition to create a centralized, sovereign French monarchy. The symbiotic relationship between their wealth and their secrecy, which had been the source of their strength, now became their greatest vulnerability. It attracted the attention of a predator who saw not a holy order, but a treasure chest to be plundered and a rival power to be crushed, setting in motion a chain of events that would lead to one of the most dramatic and tragic downfalls in history. The dramatic events of October 13, 1307, created a desperate need for a final, desperate road, an escape route for those who saw the storm coming just in time. As the coordinated arrests unfolded across France, shattering the Order's continental power base, a lifeline emerged from an unexpected quarter, the rugged, independent Kingdom of Scotland. Here, King Robert the Bruce was locked in a fierce struggle for Scotland's independence against the English crown, a conflict that had led to his excommunication by the very same Pope, Clement V, who had authorized the suppression of the Templars. An enemy of the Pope and of the Templars' primary persecutor, King Philip IV of France, Robert the Bruce represented the perfect sanctuary. He had little reason to honor the arrest warrants and every reason to welcome seasoned, battle-hardened warriors and whatever wealth they might bring with them. This political reality gave birth to the Seventh Forbidden Road, the Scottish Sanctuary, a clandestine corridor that became the stuff of legend, weaving together whispers of lost treasure, fugitive knights, and a pivotal moment in Scottish history. This was not a single path, but a complex and perilous journey combining sea and land, a masterclass in evasion under the most extreme pressure. The route likely began at the very edge of the Templars' collapsing world. From their private ports on the south coast of England, or perhaps from their last desperate fleet at La Rochelle, small, fast ships would have set a course not for a major Scottish port like Edinburgh or Aberdeen, which would be watched, but for the wild western coastlines. They aimed for remote sea locks and hidden coves in Argyll, places where a vessel could slip in and out with the tide, leaving no trace. The first major landfall on this journey of exile was the preceptory at Kilwinning, a significant Templar house in the Scottish lowlands. Kilwinning was more than just a safe house, it was a transit hub and a place of reorientation. Here, the fugitives, a mix of knights, sergeants, and perhaps even a few high-ranking officials, could find temporary shelter, assess their situation, and prepare for the next, even more dangerous leg of the journey. They were no longer operating as an official order, but as a network of survivors, and the knowledge of their secret routes was now their most precious possession. From Kilwinning, the road turned north, pushing deep into the heart of the Scottish Highlands. This was a land of immense natural fortification, a labyrinth of glens, lochs, and imposing mountains that offered perfect concealment. The route would have utilized ancient Gaelic tracks known only to local guides, paths that wound through passes like the Drummochter or along the shores of lochs like Rannoch and Tay. These were trails suited to small, discreet parties moving on foot or with sure-footed Highland ponies, not grand processions. Their ultimate destinations were the remote valleys and islands of the West, places like Loch Awe or the Isle of Mull, where sympathetic clans like the MacDonalds or the Campbells could offer protection beyond the reach of any authority from the south. The journey itself was a form of purification, stripping away the remnants of their former, structured lives and forcing them to adapt to a new, wilder existence. The very landscape became their new fortress, its impenetrability a far greater defense than any stone wall. The cargo on this road was unlike any other the Templars had ever transported. It was not bullion for banking or missives for diplomacy. It was the salvaged legacy of the order itself. The most precious items were likely their archives, the accumulated records of their financial transactions, their rule, their secret rituals, and their intelligence on the powerful figures of Europe. These documents were so incriminating and so valuable that their loss or capture could have meant the final, absolute end. Alongside these scrolls and ledgers traveled the men themselves, the living repository of the Order's knowledge and martial skill. And then there is the persistent, tantalizing legend of the treasure. While historians debate the existence of a single, massive hoard, it is entirely plausible that the fleeing Templars carried with them a significant portion of their mobile wealth, church plate, sacred relics, and bags of coin, to fund their new lives and perhaps to finance a future resurgence. This was not a routine logistical operation. It was a diaspora, a desperate effort to seed the future with the fragments of a shattered past. This narrative of escape blends powerfully into one of Scotland's most foundational national stories, the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314. Here, history and legend become inseparably intertwined. The story goes that the fugitive Templar knights, grateful for the sanctuary provided by Robert the Bruce and sharing a common enemy in the English king and the Pope, integrated into the Scottish army. At the critical moment in the battle, when the Scottish schiltrons were pressed by the English heavy cavalry, a fresh, disciplined force of these unknown knights allegedly charged from the rear, perhaps from a concealed position in the woods, turning the tide of the battle and securing a stunning victory for Scotland. While no contemporary chronicle explicitly names Templars fighting at Bannockburn, the legend is enduring and plausible. These were among the most professional soldiers in the Western world, masters of combined arms tactics and cavalry charges. Their sudden appearance on the field would have been a terrifying and decisive shock to the English forces. The Scottish Sanctuary Road, therefore, may have been more than just an escape route. It may have been the pipeline that delivered a secret weapon, a final, dramatic demonstration of the Templars' enduring impact even in their exile. That date, Friday, October 13, 1307, echoes through history not just as a calendar marker, but as the moment a trap was sprung with chilling efficiency. Before dawn broke across France, royal officials acting on sealed orders from King Philip IV simultaneously moved to arrest every Templar they could find, from the lowliest sergeants to the Grand Master himself, Jacques de Molay. The charges were a shocking litany of heresy, blasphemy, and sexual immorality, accusations designed to destroy the order's sacred reputation and justify the seizure of its incalculable wealth. This was not a spontaneous act of pious fury. It was a meticulously planned, state-sponsored takedown of the most powerful non-state entity in Europe. The king's strategy relied on the element of surprise, and it worked with devastating effect. Hundreds of knights were captured in their beds, their commanderies and preceptories seized, and their treasuries placed under royal seal. In an instant, the official, public power of the Knights Templar was shattered. Yet, even as the king's men hammered on the gates of the Paris Temple, the order's greatest and most secret asset was already being activated for one final, desperate purpose. The very network that had built their empire was now their only hope for salvation. In those frantic hours and days surrounding the arrests, the Forbidden Roads transformed from a tool of power into a lifeline for survival. The network, designed for discretion and speed, was now used for a panicked exodus. While many were captured, it is almost certain that a significant number of brothers, alerted by sympathizers or their own intelligence, used the hidden paths to vanish into the countryside. The most famous and enduring legend of this great escape centers on the Templar fleet at their Atlantic port of La Rochelle. Chroniclers and later legends speak of a flotilla of ships, perhaps as many as 18, that slipped their moorings and vanished into the autumn mist just before the king's agents arrived. What they carried remains one of history's greatest mysteries. Were their holds filled with the legendary treasure of the Templars' chests of gold, silver, and precious church relics? Did they carry the Order's most sensitive archives, the secret records of their banking transactions, their rituals, and their intelligence on the crowned heads of Europe? We may never know for certain, but the very existence of the escape route suggests a planned, last-ditch effort to preserve the core of their legacy. The roads and sea lanes they had so carefully cultivated for 2 centuries became, in their final hour, a bridge to oblivion, allowing men and assets to simply disappear from the pages of recorded history. Once the initial wave of persecution passed and the order was formally dissolved by Pope Clement V at the Council of Vienne in 1312, the fate of the secret roads was as fragmented as the Templars themselves. The intricate web that had connected a continent began to unravel. Without the centralized command, funding, and shared purpose of the order, the network could not be maintained. Knowledge of the routes once so carefully guarded now became scattered and diluted. Some segments of the network found new, illicit life. Smugglers, poachers, and bands of outlaws, always operating on the fringes of society, naturally gravitated towards these hidden, unpatrolled paths. A forest track that once carried Templar bullion might now be used to move contraband salt or wool, evading the king's tax collectors. In later centuries, these same routes were sometimes adopted by intelligence networks during times of war, much like the priests' holes and secret passages used by Catholic recusants in Elizabethan England, or the escape lines for Allied airmen in World War II. The Templars had, in effect, created a subterranean geography of movement that would be rediscovered and repurposed by other secret societies and clandestine operators for generations to come. Other parts of the network, however, suffered a different fate. They were simply forgotten. The medieval landscape was a living, changing entity. Forests grew over disused tracks, fields were expanded, swallowing ancient boundaries, new roads were built, rendering the old, hidden ones obsolete. A waystation that was once a bustling safe house might be abandoned, its stones carted away by local farmers to build a barn, its very memory fading from local lore within a few generations. The meticulous oral traditions that guided Templar messengers died with the last brothers who knew them. The physical landscape, once a detailed map for the initiated, reverted to being merely land, its hidden logic erased by time and neglect. This natural decay, combined with the deliberate actions of the Templars themselves, ensured that the full scope of their network would be permanently lost. Perhaps the most decisive blow to our modern understanding was the systematic destruction or concealment of the Order's own records. The Templars were, above all, meticulous record keepers. Their entire banking system depended on ledgers detailing deposits, withdrawals, and letters of credit. It is logical to assume they maintained equally detailed, encrypted logs of their communication routes, safe house locations, and contact lists. Yet, almost none of these internal documents survive. Some were undoubtedly seized and destroyed by King Philip's agents as part of the process of dismantling the Order. But it is far more likely that the Templars themselves, seeing the end approaching, took drastic steps to erase their own maps. They would have understood that these documents, if captured, would provide their enemies with a complete blueprint of their clandestine operations, leading to the capture of every last brother and the seizure of every hidden cache. So the records were burned, buried, or hidden in locations so secure they have never been found. This act of intentional self-censorship was the final, masterful application of their culture of secrecy. They successfully hid their network not just from their contemporaries but from us, ensuring that the corridors of power they built would remain corridors of mystery. This profound, self-imposed silence that fell upon the Forbidden Roads is precisely what gives birth to the enduring legends that swirl around the Templars to this day. The absence of hard evidence is the perfect breeding ground for speculation. The vanished fleet from La Rochelle fuels tales of a lost treasure hidden in a Scottish cave, a Canadian mine, or even deep within the Oak Island money pit. The fragmented knowledge of the roads inspires theories that they were used to transport something far more esoteric than gold, perhaps the Holy Grail, the Ark of the Covenant, or heretical scriptures that threatened the very foundation of the Church. The mystery is not a vacuum, it is an invitation. It invites us to look at a quiet country lane and wonder if it holds a deeper history, to study the placement of a ruined Templar chapel and ponder if it was once a waypoint in a grand, secret design. The fall of the Templars did not end their story. It merely transferred it from the realm of documented history to the realm of enduring myth, a transition made possible by the sudden, absolute silence that consumed their hidden world. With their foothold in the Holy Land irrevocably lost, the Templars found themselves exiles, their grand crusading mission seemingly in ruins. But an order built on secrecy and resilience does not simply vanish. They retreated to the island of Cyprus, a strategic jewel in the eastern Mediterranean that became their final redoubt, the last place where they would operate as a landed military power. It was here, on this sun-drenched island, that they constructed their 8th Forbidden Road, a network so intricate and vital to their survival that we call it the Cypriot Labyrinth. This was not a single path, but a web of concealed routes connecting their primary port and headquarters at Limassol with formidable inland fortresses like the Castle of Cantara, perched high in the mountains. After the chaos and defeat of the mainland, Cyprus represented a chance to regroup, to create a new, secure base of operations from which they could still project power and perhaps one day launch a return to the holy city of Jerusalem. This labyrinth was the physical manifestation of that desperate hope, a final, coiled spring of Templar might. The primary purpose of this network was twofold, addressing both internal stability and external ambition. Internally, Cyprus was a volatile kingdom, its ruling Lusignan dynasty often unstable, and its population a mix of Greek Orthodox locals, Latin Crusader descendants, and now the newly arrived Templar military machine. The roads connecting Limassol to Cantara and other strongholds like Colossi were essential for internal security, allowing the Templars to rapidly move troops to quell any local unrest or to counter a challenge to their own authority from the island's nominal rulers. They needed to be able to control the hinterlands from their coastal gateway. Externally, these roads were the launchpad for a new kind of warfare. From the port of Limassol, the Templar fleet, still a potent force, would embark on naval raids back to the Levantine coast, striking Mamluk ports and shipping lanes in a persistent, guerrilla-style campaign of harassment. The labyrinth was the supply line for these operations. Weapons, men, and provisions would move swiftly and secretly from the inland stores at Cantara down to the waiting ships at Limassol, ensuring that every foray against their Mamluk foes was launched from a position of strength and security. This need for secrecy on a supposedly friendly Christian island might seem strange, but it was absolutely critical. Cyprus was not a Templar fiefdom. It was a crowded and fiercely competitive arena. The island's strategic position made it a coveted prize for the great maritime republics of Venice and Genoa, whose merchants were locked in a perpetual, cutthroat rivalry for control of the lucrative eastern trade. These merchant princes were, in essence, corporate spies, maintaining extensive networks of informants in every port and palace. For the Templars, allowing their military logistics to become public knowledge would have been a catastrophic mistake. If a Venetian agent discovered the timetable for a shipment of arms from Cantara to Limassol, that information could be sold to the Mamluks, setting up a devastating ambush at sea. If a Genos merchant learned the strength and destination of a Templar raiding party, he could use that knowledge to undermine their political standing with the Lusignan king. The secrecy of the Cypriot labyrinth was therefore a defensive shield against economic espionage, ensuring that their military plans remained their own, hidden from the prying eyes of rivals who wore fine silks, not Saracen armor. Tracing the physical path of this labyrinth today is to walk through a landscape steeped in finality. The routes wound their way through the rugged, beautiful expanse of the Troodos Mountains, a terrain of deep valleys, pine forests, and sudden, soaring peaks. Unlike the Roman roads built for legions, these were paths designed for discretion and speed, often following ancient mule tracks known only to local guides. A Templar convoy would have left the bustling, cosmopolitan port of Limassol and quickly ascended into the quiet, cool highlands. The way would have been arduous, snaking past vineyards and through remote villages, always using the natural cover of the landscape to remain unseen. The destination, the Castle of Kantara, is itself a symbol of this final chapter. It is not a sprawling fortress like cracked des Chevaliers, but a sharp, austere outcrop of stone clinging to a mountain ridge, a place of observation and retreat. Its position offers breathtaking, panoramic views of the northern coast, a constant reminder of what was lost across the water, but also a vigilant watchtower over their new domain. The very stones of Kantara and the forgotten trails of the Trudeaus are the last silent sentinels of the Templars' dream of Outremer. The Cypriot labyrinth represents the poignant end of an era. It was the last major Forbidden Road network they would ever build as a sovereign military force. While they continued to operate for another decade and a half from Cyprus, their grand crusading purpose was fading, their reputation slowly being eroded by the political machinations that would soon consume them. The network on Cyprus was a masterpiece of logistical adaptation, a testament to their ability to forge order and security from the chaos of defeat. Yet it also feels like a holding pattern, a final, strategic pause before the storm that was gathering back in Europe. The forces that would ultimately shatter the order, led by King Philip IV of France and Pope Clement V, were already aligning, and their long reach would eventually extend even to this island sanctuary. The labyrinth, for all its cleverness and secrecy, could not ultimately protect them from betrayal born in the royal courts and papal palaces of the West, a betrayal whose roots we have already explored in the fall of their continental power. This natural tension between what we can prove and what we feel must be true lies at the very heart of the Templar mystery, creating a landscape where history and fantasy are locked in an eternal dance. On one hand, we have the cold, hard facts of logistics, the placement of commanderies a day's ride apart, the existence of their sophisticated banking system, and the historical records of their vast land holdings. These are the bones of their operation, the undeniable reality of a highly efficient organization moving assets across a dangerous world. Their secrecy was a practical shield against very tangible threats: bandits, rival lords, and the greed of kings. The forbidden nature of their roads was a brilliant operational security protocol, not a mystical quest. There is simply no document, no ledger, no credible first-hand account that confirms they used this network to conceal a single, unified treasure like the Holy Grail or the lost wealth of the Jerusalem Temple. The idea of a massive, hidden hoard often falls apart under historical scrutiny. Their wealth was largely liquid, constantly in motion, invested in lands, lent to kings, and used to fund their ongoing military and administrative costs. It was a functioning treasury, not a static pile of gold waiting in a cave. Yet, on the other hand, we have the powerful, enduring legends, and their persistence is itself a historical phenomenon worth exploring. Why have these stories captured our imagination for so long? The answer lies in the perfect storm of their downfall. The sudden, shocking arrest of the entire order, the destruction of their records, and the mysterious disappearance of their fleet from La Rochelle created an informational vacuum. Nature and human imagination abhor a vacuum. When a powerful, secretive organization vanishes overnight, leaving behind only questions, it is almost a psychological necessity to fill that void with something extraordinary. The rumors of hidden treasure began almost immediately, fueled by the fact that King Philip IV, for all his efforts, never found the vast sums he was certain they possessed. This apparent absence of wealth at the point of seizure was like a missing piece in a puzzle, and the human mind is wired to complete patterns. The legend of the lost treasure became that missing piece, a satisfying explanation for a confusing historical event. This is where we must carefully separate the different layers of these legends. Some, like the notion of the Holy Grail, are almost certainly later literary inventions, grafted onto the Templar story long after their dissolution by writers seeking a compelling backdrop for medieval romance. The Grail legend is powerful, but it belongs to the realm of archetypal myth, not Templar logistics. Other tales, however, have a more tantalizing connection to their known activities. Consider their long tenure on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. They occupied the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which they believed was the site of Solomon's stables. Is it so far-fetched to think that during their excavations and renovations, they might have discovered ancient artifacts or scrolls, not a magical chalice, but perhaps something historically significant: early Christian texts, Jewish mystical writings, or even architectural records? If they did find such items, their culture of secrecy would have demanded they be protected and transported discreetly. This wouldn't be a mythical treasure, but a treasure of knowledge, and its movement along their forbidden roads would have been just as secretive as the movement of gold. The legend, in this case, is a distorted echo of a plausible reality. The greatest enabler of these myths is, ironically, the very thing that made the Templars so effective: their obsessive secrecy. They were so successful at erasing their own operational maps and hiding their communications that we are left with an incomplete picture. This lack of evidence is a double-edged sword. For the historian, it is a frustrating barrier. For the legend seeker, it is proof that the truth must be even more incredible than we can imagine. The Templars themselves become a blank canvas onto which we can project our own desires for mystery, for hidden wisdom, for a history that is more thrilling than the mundane record of taxes and trade routes. The blurred line is not an accident. It is the direct and perhaps intentional consequence of their commitment to silence. By leaving no definitive answer, they ensured their story would never truly end, transforming themselves from a medieval banking corporation into immortal figures of mystery. This beautiful ambiguity does not diminish their historical achievements. Rather, it adds a layer of cultural power that has kept their name alive for centuries, compelling us to keep looking, to keep questioning, and to see the shadow of their hidden roads not just in the landscape, but in the very stories we tell about the past. While the Templar Order was being systematically dismantled across much of Europe, a remarkable exception unfolded on the western edge of the continent. In Portugal, the story did not end with arrests and burnings. Instead, it transformed. King Diniz of Portugal, a man of immense political cunning, had no intention of losing the military expertise and economic power of the Templars within his borders. He recognized their value as a bulwark against the Moorish south and as administrators of his expanding kingdom, so he negotiated a brilliant solution with the Pope. In 1319, the Templars in Portugal were not suppressed, they were rebranded. Their properties, their personnel, and their entire operational structure were seamlessly transferred to a newly created order, the Order of Christ. It was a change of name and insignia, but beneath the surface, the heart of the organization continued to beat. The Knights simply exchanged their white mantles with the Red Cross for white mantles with a different Red Cross, a cross pate that would one day adorn the sails of ships that sailed off the edge of the known world. This was not an end, but a resurrection, and the secret roads they had built, particularly the vital artery from their new headquarters at the magnificent Convento de Cristo in Toma to the shipyards of the Algarve coast, were about to be repurposed for a mission far grander than anyone could have previously imagined. This continuity of infrastructure is a pivotal clue to understanding the true legacy of the Templar network. The physical road from Toma to the Algarve was undoubtedly ancient, likely following Roman and Moorish precursors, but the Templars and their successors, the Order of Christ, imbued it with a new layer of secrecy and strategic importance. Toma was not just a monastery, it was the nerve center, a place where the Order's wealth was consolidated and its grand strategies were formulated. The Algarve, with its protected harbors like Lagos and Sagres, was the gateway to the Atlantic, the launch point for a new kind of crusade, not one fought on land with swords and lances, but one fought on the open ocean with navigational charts and caravels. The road connecting these 2 points became the crucial supply line for Portugal's audacious age of discovery, but this was not a public undertaking. The transfer of the critical components for this endeavor, the wealth, the knowledge, and the materials, required the same discretion the Templars had always practiced. Rival kingdoms, particularly Castile, would have given anything to learn the secrets of Portugal's success, and the old Templar culture of secrecy provided the perfect shield. Consider what was now flowing along this resurrected Forbidden Road. First and foremost was knowledge, a cargo more valuable than any spice or gemstone. The Order of Christ, under the leadership of its most famous administrator, Prince Henry the Navigator, became a clearinghouse for the world's most advanced geographical, astronomical, and nautical science. To Toma came maps drawn by Jewish cartographers, accounts from Arab traders who had ventured deep into Africa, and new navigational instruments like the astrolabe. This was a torrent of information, much of it heretical or strategically sensitive by the standards of the time. Transporting these fragile scrolls and delicate instruments from the scholarly halls of Toma to the practical shipmasters in the Algarve was a task that demanded security. A public courier could be robbed or bribed, the knowledge could be lost or sold to a rival. The hidden road, with its network of trusted riders and secure waystations, ensured that Portugal's intellectual capital remained just that capital that was exclusively theirs. Alongside this river of information flowed the immense wealth required to fund these perilous voyages. Building a caravel was an expensive endeavor, and outfitting a fleet for a multi-year journey down the coast of Africa required a king's ransom. The Order of Christ was incredibly wealthy, controlling vast lands, the rights to fisheries, and a significant portion of the trade that its own voyages would eventually create. The silver and gold needed to pay shipwrights, purchase timber and canvas, and supply the crews had to be moved from the central treasury in Toma to the bustling and often treacherous ports of the south. A royal treasury wagon on a main road would be a glittering target for bandits or foreign agents, but a discreet convoy on the old Templar road, moving under the cover of night or using hidden paths through the cork oak forests of the Alentejo, could transport this financial lifeblood with the same silent efficiency that had once moved Templar bullion. The very methods used to protect the wealth of a religious order were now being used to finance an empire. Finally, there were the physical materials themselves. The caravel was a revolutionary ship, its design a closely guarded state secret. Its construction required specific, high-quality materials, seasoned timber for the flexible hull, vast amounts of hemp for rigging and ropes, and large quantities of pitch for waterproofing. The inland regions around Toma provided some of these resources, which then had to be transported hundreds of miles to the coast. A shipment of specially selected, curved timber for a ship's ribs would be a clear signal to any observer what was being built and where. By using the clandestine network, the Order of Christ could obscure the scale and destination of these shipments. The road from Toma to the Algarve became a conduit for the very bones of empire, its secrecy ensuring that Portugal's greatest advantage, its maritime technology, remained a mystery to its competitors for as long as possible. The culture of the Templars, their ingrained habit of operational security, had been perfectly inherited and adapted. The knights were gone, but their shadowy corridors of power were now bustling with a new, world-changing purpose, proving that the utility of a secret road is limited only by the ambition of those who control it. Now consider a different kind of mountain pass, not one of faith and warfare like those in the Holy Land, but one of finance and discretion in the very heart of Europe. Our 10th Forbidden Road, the Swiss Corridor, connected the vibrant trade fairs of Geneva with the burgeoning financial hub of Zurich, winding its way through the formidable Alps that would one day define the nation of Switzerland. While the Templars are not often associated with the cuckoo clocks and chocolate of modern Swiss law, their presence in this region was both significant and strategically vital. They established commanderies in key locations like Geneva itself, as well as in Bern and Basel, creating a network of secure nodes in a landscape defined by its political fragmentation. This was a region of powerful, independent city-states and rural cantons, not yet a unified country, but already fiercely protective of its autonomy from the encroaching influence of the French king to the west and the German emperor to the east. For the Templars, this political landscape was not a weakness to be exploited, but a perfect environment in which to operate their most sensitive financial transactions, far from the overbearing scrutiny of monolithic monarchies. The primary purpose of the Swiss corridor was to serve as a secure financial pipeline, a protected channel for the movement of the order's immense liquid wealth. Geneva was a major international crossroads, hosting legendary trade fairs that attracted merchants from across the continent, dealing in everything from Italian silks to Flemish wool. This commercial frenzy generated enormous cash flows, and the Templars were right at the heart of it, providing letters of credit, settling debts between merchants, and converting currencies. The profits and capital generated in Geneva, however, needed to be moved to where they could be best utilized or most safely stored. Zurich was rapidly emerging as a center for mining and metalworking, and its merchants were accumulating substantial capital of their own. A hidden overland route between these two economic poles allowed the Templars to transfer bullion and other assets without having to navigate the complex and often hostile territories of the Dukes of Savoy or the Counts of Habsburg, whose agents would have been only too happy to levy a heavy toll or simply confiscate a portion of the treasure for themselves. The secrecy of the corridor was a financial necessity, a way to protect their operational capital from the voracious appetites of secular lords. This practical need for discretion in the movement of money may have planted the earliest seeds for a cultural ethos that would later become synonymous with Switzerland itself. The Templars were not just passing through this region, they were embedded within it, managing estates, interacting with local leaders, and training local men as sergeants and lay brothers. They demonstrated through their own highly successful business model that immense power could be derived not from territorial conquest, but from financial acumen and, above all, from reliability and silence. The concept of client confidentiality was the bedrock of their banking operations. A king could trust them with the size of his treasury. A merchant could trust them with the details of his transactions. This practice of absolute discretion, operating in the rugged, landlocked heart of Europe away from the squabbles of empires, would have been a powerful and visible example to the emerging Swiss confederations. It is a fascinating and plausible historical thread that the Templars' methods, their neutrality in regional conflicts, their focus on secure logistics, and their cult of financial privacy provided a working blueprint that was absorbed and adapted by the Swiss over the subsequent centuries, evolving into the world-renowned principles of Swiss banking and political neutrality. Navigating the Swiss corridor was a feat of alpine logistics that tested the Templars' mastery of difficult terrain. This was not a single, paved road, but a fluid network of options that changed with the seasons. The route would have utilized a combination of lake and river travel where possible, with their distinctive barges moving across Lake Geneva from the city to a point like Lausanne. From there, the true overland journey began, climbing into the pre-Alpine highlands. The Templars would have avoided the most obvious passes like the St. Gotthard, which even in the 13th century was becoming a major and heavily trafficked thoroughfare. Instead, they likely favored lesser-known, more arduous routes through the Brunig Pass or even higher, more remote trails known only to their local guides from the Uri or Unterwalden regions. These paths offered the concealment they prized, winding through dense pine forests and across high meadows where a convoy could see for miles in every direction, ensuring they were not being followed. The waystations along this route were not grand castles, but sturdy, unassuming stone buildings built to withstand the brutal mountain winters, offering shelter, fresh pack animals, and a hidden strongroom carved into the rock itself. A journey along the Swiss corridor was one of crisp, thin air and profound isolation, where the only sounds were the crunch of gravel underfoot and the distant clang of cowbells, a perfect auditory cloak for the silent movement of wealth. Ultimately, the Swiss corridor stands as a powerful example of the Templars' role as proto-globalists, operating a truly international enterprise that transcended the parochial interests of the emerging nation-states. In a world where a French king's authority ended at the border of a German prince's domain, the Templars moved freely, their loyalty to their own order and to the papacy trumping all local allegiances. The alpine fastness of Switzerland provided a perfect neutral ground for this activity, a natural fortress that protected their operations. The corridor was a financial instrument as much as it was a physical path, a mechanism for balancing the books of their vast economic empire. The very existence of such a route suggests a level of financial sophistication and long-term strategic planning that feels almost modern. It implies an understanding that the future of power lay not just in the strength of arms, but in the control of capital flows and the ability to operate confidentially across borders. The silent, sure-footed convoys that traversed these mountains were not just carrying silver. They were carrying the seeds of a new kind of power structure, one whose legacy would endure long after the last Templar knight was gone, etched into the very identity of the landscape they once so expertly navigated. The highways and byways we drive today, the asphalt ribbons that carry us through the European countryside, often hold a secret buried just beneath their surface. It's a fascinating truth of geography that the most efficient route through a landscape rarely changes over the centuries. The gentle slope that offers the easiest ascent for a modern engineer's bulldozer is the same one that a medieval cartwright would have sought for his ox-drawn wagon. The solid bedrock that provides a stable foundation for a bridge abutment today is the same that once supported a Roman pier or a Templar ford. This timeless logic of the land means that many of our contemporary roads are simply the latest layer on a palimpsest of ancient paths. The frantic pace of the A6 autoroute in France, rushing travelers from Paris toward Lyon, may, for several kilometers, run directly on top of the old Roman Via Agrippa, which itself was likely repurposed by the Templars as a segment of their hidden network. In England, the relentless traffic of the A1 pushing north from London might be following the same general alignment as a forgotten track that once connected the Temple in London to preceptories in the Midlands, a route used by sergeants moving church silver away from the scrutiny of the king's tax collectors. The road itself has been paved, widened, and straightened, but its fundamental soul, its reason for being in that exact location, is a ghost from a much older world. What truly separates our modern experience from that of a Templar traveler is not the path itself, but the complete evaporation of its secrecy. For us, a road is a public, documented, and brightly lit convenience. We consult digital maps that show every exit and rest stop. For the Templar brother, that same corridor was a closely guarded secret, a sequence of known dangers and safe havens. Where we see a highway interchange, he would have seen a specific, gnarled tree marking a turn onto a concealed track. the river we cross on a 6-lane reinforced concrete bridge, he would have forded at a specific shallow point, known only to his order under the cover of darkness. The transformation is profound. The landscape has been tamed, its mysteries paved over and its perils neutralized. The fear of bandits has been replaced by the fear of traffic jams. The need for a hidden way station is now satisfied by a brightly lit service station. The very act of travel has been demystified, stripped of the layers of clandestine knowledge that once made moving from one place to another a test of initiation and trust. The road is no longer forbidden, it is franchised. This realization invites a profound shift in perspective for anyone with an interest in history. It encourages a form of historical mindfulness, a way of looking at our everyday world with a more inquisitive and layered eye. The next time you find yourself on a long drive through the French countryside or walking along a quiet country lane in England, try to momentarily strip away the modern veneer. Look past the asphalt and the road signs, notice the lie of the land, the way the road follows a river valley, not out of necessity anymore, but because it always has. See how it crests a ridge at its lowest point, the most logical pass used by countless generations. That nondescript stone building on the outskirts of a village, now converted into a private home, might have been a Templar grange, its cellars once storing not wine but bullion. A seemingly random patch of ancient woodland bordering the road might be the last remnant of the vast forest that once provided perfect cover for a clandestine convoy. The landscape itself becomes a museum if only we learn to read its labels. This isn't about imagining fantasy. It's about recognizing the subtle, physical echoes of a world that operated on a completely different set of rules, a world where knowledge of the land was a form of power and security. This concept of seeing history in the modern landscape is not just a romantic exercise. It connects directly to the tangible, ongoing search for physical evidence of the Templar network. Historians and archaeologists don't typically find a signpost that says Secret Templar Road. The proof is far more subtle and circumstantial. Researchers often start by overlaying modern maps with historical records of Templar landholdings, plotting the locations of their known commanderies, preceptories, and chapels. When you connect these dots, a pattern often emerges, a remarkably direct line between major sites that conveniently bypasses known medieval towns and toll points. This hypothesized route then becomes a target for ground-level investigation. Field walkers might look for artifacts in plowed fields along this corridor, a worn medieval horseshoe, a specific type of pottery used by the Order, or a pilgrim's badge lost by someone under their protection. Aerial and satellite photography can reveal crop marks or soil discolorations, indicating the subsurface remains of a hardened track or the foundations of a long-vanished way station that never appears on any public record. The discovery of a network of these sites, all aligned along a route that makes logistical sense for the Templars but not for general public travel, builds a compelling, if fragmentary, case for the existence of a forbidden road. Perhaps the most compelling evidence lies in the enduring utility of these routes for purposes that still require secrecy. There are numerous documented instances across Europe where old smugglers' paths from the 17th or 18th centuries, or even resistance escape routes from the Second World War, follow the same peculiar, illogical courses through the landscape, bypassing villages and using hidden valleys. In many cases, these later clandestine networks were found to be using trails that local folklore already associated with the White Monks or the Knights of the Temple. It seems that once a secret path is established on the landscape, its utility for anyone needing to move unseen is rediscovered by successive generations. The Templars, in their relentless pursuit of security, may have effectively mapped the continent's natural anatomy of concealment, creating a master template for covert movement that would be used for centuries after their own need for it had passed. Their greatest legacy, therefore, might not be in a specific road we can point to, but in the very idea that the landscape holds secrets and that the most powerful paths are often the ones that have been intentionally erased from public memory, only to be rediscovered by those who know how to look. Now we turn our attention to a region steeped in both sunlight and shadow, the rugged landscape of Languedoc in southern France. This was a land apart, culturally distinct from the northern French kingdoms, with its own language, the Languedoc, and a tradition of tolerance that made it a fertile ground for religious dissent. It was here that the Cathar heresy took root and flourished, a dualist faith that viewed the material world as the creation of an evil god and sought spiritual purity through asceticism. The Church, seeing this as a direct threat, launched the brutal Albigensian Crusade in the early 13th century, a 20-year war of extermination that shattered the region's independence and bathed it in blood. Into this volatile and fractured world, the Knights Templar arrived, establishing a significant presence with commanderies dotting the landscape. Their secret road network here, which we call the Occitan Enigma, was not born in a vacuum. It was a necessary adaptation to one of the most dangerous and ideologically charged environments in all of medieval Europe. The Templars, as always, were pragmatic masters of navigating chaos, and the Languedoc presented a unique challenge where their trademark secrecy became a matter of survival, not just for their order, but perhaps for others as well. The primary, practical function of this network was to securely connect their own properties throughout the region. Commanderies like those at Saint Eulalie, Du Larzac or Duzens served as vital nodes in their financial and logistical operations, managing vast agricultural estates and overseeing the flow of goods and funds. But moving between these strongholds during and after the Albigensian Crusade was perilous. The land was crawling with crusading armies, Routier's mercenary bands left unemployed after the official fighting and desperate refugees. A public road was a gauntlet of potential violence and robbery. The Occitan Enigma provided a solution, a web of concealed paths that allowed Templar personnel and assets to move unseen through the treacherous foothills of the Pyrenees and the wild, gorse-covered hills of the Corbières Massif. This rugged geography, with its deep river gorges, hidden caves, and labyrinthine valleys, was a natural ally to their cause. A convoy could travel for days using these routes, appearing and disappearing from the narrow valleys below, their passage known only to the shepherds and the initiated brothers of the order. This ensured the continuity of their operations in a region where law and order had completely broken down. Yet the Templars' role in the Languedoc was far more complex than simple self-preservation, and this is where the true enigma of their road network deepens. The Cathars, or Bonshom's good men as they were known, were not just heretics to be shunned. Their leaders, the Perfecti, were often respected figures, and their faith had permeated all levels of Languedoc society, including the nobility. The Templars, as international power brokers with a degree of religious independence, found themselves in an incredibly delicate position. Officially, they were Orthodox Catholics, bound to oppose heresy. Yet, on the ground, they were neighbors and landlords to many who sympathized with or even practiced the Cathar faith. It is within this gray area that the most intriguing possibilities for the Occitan Enigma emerge. Could their hidden roads have served a more clandestine, humanitarian purpose? It is plausible, though unproven, that these routes were used to facilitate the escape of Cathar Perfecti and their followers from the relentless persecution of the Inquisition, which followed the Crusade. A discreet Templar guide, using paths known only to the Order, could have led a group of fugitives from a besieged village like Montségur to a temporary safe house in a remote Templar grange, or even towards the relative safety of Aragon or Italy. Such an act would have been an enormous risk, but it aligns with the Templars' known pragmatism and their complex relationship with local populations across their domains. This potential for cross-confessional contact fuels the most enduring legend tied to this road, the mystery of the Cathar treasure. The story goes that just before the fall of the great Cathar fortress of Montségur in 1244, a small group of perfecti escaped the siege, carrying with them the treasure of the Cathar church. What this treasure consisted of is the subject of intense speculation. Some say it was gold and silver donated by faithful nobles. Others propose it was something far more precious, sacred Cathar texts, perhaps containing esoteric knowledge or even a revered relic. The legend persistently claims that these escapees were aided by the Knights Templar, who used their secret network to spirit the treasure away to one of their own remote commanderies for safekeeping. While there is no concrete historical evidence to confirm this, the circumstantial logic is compelling. The Templars had the means, the motive of local alliances, and the perfect infrastructure, the Occitan enigma, to accomplish such a feat. The treasure, whether monetary or spiritual, would have simply vanished into the Order's vast and secretive logistical system, becoming another ghost in the machine, its final destination lost to history and fueling centuries of speculation that ties the fates of these two legendary and doomed groups inextricably together. Far to the north, where the summer sun lingers for hours and the winter brings long, dark nights, the Templars operated a commercial corridor that reveals a surprisingly pragmatic and mercantile side of their order. This was the Baltic Link, a sea and land route stretching from the strategic island of Gotland deep into the Russian heartland, all the way to the bustling trade republic of Novgorod. While we often picture them in the deserts of the Holy Land or the sun-baked hills of Occitania, their presence in the cold, commercial waters of the Baltic underscores a vital truth. The Templars were not just crusaders and bankers, they were also master traders, deeply enmeshed in the emerging global economy of the Middle Ages. Their base on Gotland was particularly strategic. This Swedish island was the central hub of Baltic commerce long before the Hanseatic League rose to dominate the region. It was a neutral meeting ground where German merchants, Scandinavian kings, and Russian princes converged to do business. By establishing a presence here, the Templars inserted themselves directly into the most important economic network of Northern Europe, positioning themselves to profit from and control the flow of the North's most valuable commodities. The cargo moving along this northern route was a testament to the immense wealth generated by the Baltic's natural resources. From the vast forests of Russia and Scandinavia came luxurious furs, sable, marten, and ermine, that were worth their weight in gold to the nobility of Western Europe, who used them to line their cloaks and adorn their gowns. The shores of the Baltic, especially around Prussia, were the world's primary source of amber, that fossilized tree resin that was carved into beautiful beads, religious icons, and decorative objects. But perhaps the most crucial cargo was silver. Massive new mines in the Harz Mountains of Germany and elsewhere were flooding the market with silver, and this bullion was desperately needed in the east. Novgorod, as the westernmost principality of the Rus, acted as a gateway to the Silk Road. Arab and Byzantine silver dirhams and goods from the Orient flowed into Novgorod, and in return the West sent its silver and manufactured goods. The Templars, with their secure transport and banking services, were the perfect intermediaries for this high-value exchange, using their hidden routes to move silver east and luxury goods west, skimming a profitable commission from every transaction. Operating in this northern theater, however, required a different kind of discretion. The Baltic in the 13th century was a seething cauldron of political, religious, and commercial rivalry. Most prominently, the Teutonic Knights were conducting their own brutal northern crusades against the pagan tribes of Prussia and Lithuania. While both were military orders, the Templars and Teutonic Knights were not always allies. They were often competitors for influence, resources, and papal favor. A public Templar convoy, rich with silver and furs, would have been a tempting target for a rogue Teutonic commander or a rival German merchant from the burgeoning Hanseatic League. Furthermore, the political landscape was incredibly fragmented. The Templars had to navigate between the Kingdom of Denmark, the Swedish crown, the various Russian principalities, and the free cities of the Hanse, each with its own agenda and tariffs. The Baltic link, therefore, had to be a route of commercial stealth. It wasn't enough to be hidden from bandits. It had to be hidden from competing powers who wore the cross of Christ on their mantles and the seals of kings on their trade agreements. This required a level of political nuance and covert operation that the Templars had perfected in other contested regions, from the Pyrenees to the Holy Land. The physical journey of the Baltic link was a masterclass in multi-modal transport, seamlessly shifting from sea to land. It likely began on the island of Gotland, in the bustling port of Visby. Here, Templar-associated merchants would load their distinctive cargo onto cogs, the sturdy, single-masted merchant ships that dominated Baltic trade. These ships would not sail the most direct route, but would instead use a chain of islands and coastal cover, hopping from Gotland to a land, then across the Gulf of Finland, making landfall not at a major port, but at a secluded cove on the coast of what is now Estonia or Latvia. This was the first layer of secrecy, avoiding the official Hanseatic counting houses and toll stations. Once on land, the goods were transferred to river barges or pack trains for the long overland trek to Novgorod. This leg of the journey followed ancient river routes, moving up the Narva River or along the Imajogi, portaging where necessary to reach Lake Peipus and then the Volkhov River, which led directly to the city of Novgorod itself. The entire journey was a carefully choreographed ballet of logistics, with trusted local guides and discreet waystations ensuring that the valuable cargo moved from the Baltic Sea to the gates of Russia with minimal exposure to prying eyes and greedy hands. This northern corridor fundamentally changes our perception of the Knights Templar. The Baltic link demonstrates that their network was not merely a tool for supporting crusades in the Holy Land, but a truly pan-European commercial and intelligence apparatus. Their reach extended from the Moorish courts of Spain to the frozen rivers of the Russian north. They were as comfortable negotiating with the merchants of Novgorod in the shadow of its magnificent St. Sophia Cathedral as they were with the barons of France or the emirs of Damascus. This vast, interconnected web allowed them to amass not just wealth, but also intelligence on a global scale. A report on the political stability of the Russian principalities, gathered by a Templar agent in Novgorod, could be just as valuable to the Order's leadership as news from Jerusalem. It gave them a macroscopic view of the world that was unique for its time, allowing them to anticipate shifts in trade, politics, and power across the entire continent. The Baltic link was a vital nerve ending in this vast organism, proving that the Templars understood that true power in the medieval world lay in controlling the channels through which wealth and information flowed, whether those channels were in the desert, the mountains, or the cold, grey waters of the north. Now, imagine the Mediterranean not as a barrier, but as a single, vast chessboard, and at its very center lies the island of Sicily. To control this island was to control the game itself, commanding the sea lanes connecting the wealth of Italy, the strategic ports of North Africa, and the coveted shores of the Levant. It was here, in this maelstrom of cultures and ambitions, that the Templars established one of their most critical and delicate operations, serviced by the 13th Forbidden Road, a covert corridor running from the dazzling capital of Palermo to the choke point of the Messina Strait. This was not a road for moving treasure in the traditional sense, but for projecting power and gathering intelligence, a silent witness to the comings and goings of an entire sea. The route itself capitalized on Sicily's dramatic northern coastline, a serpentine path clinging to cliffs and diving into hidden coves, allowing Templar patrols to monitor every sail on the horizon without their own presence being a constant public spectacle. In a world where information was power, this road was a live wire, feeding a constant stream of data from the maritime crossroads of the world directly into the Order's strategic planning chambers. The primary function of this Sicilian crossroads was to provide the Templars with a rapid reaction force for a theater where threats could emerge with terrifying speed. The central Mediterranean was a hunting ground for Saracen fleets out of Tunis and Tripoli, skilled corsairs who preyed on Christian shipping and launched devastating raids on coastal towns. A report of enemy sails spotted off the northern coast demanded an immediate response, but moving a contingent of knights from their main garrison in Palermo down the public, winding coastal roads would be a slow and cumbersome process, giving the raiders ample time to strike and vanish. The Forbidden Road changed this equation entirely. It was the Templars' private express lane, a more direct and hardened route that allowed a squadron of their mounted sergeants to race from the capital to a threatened point like Cefalù or the naval lookout at Tindari in a fraction of the time. This wasn't just about defense, it was about deterrence. The knowledge that the Templars could appear anywhere along the coast with unexpected swiftness acted as a powerful psychological weapon, forcing potential aggressors to think twice before testing the island's defenses. This capability transformed them from mere residents of Sicily into its unofficial guardians, a role that granted them immense influence and leverage with the island's volatile rulers. And volatility was the defining characteristic of Sicilian politics during this era, particularly under the reign of the brilliant and enigmatic Holy Roman Emperor, Frederick II. Frederick's court in Palermo was a legendary melting pot of Latin, Greek, and Arab influences, where Christian knights, Muslim scholars, and Jewish physicians interacted in an atmosphere of intellectual ferment that was unheard of elsewhere in Europe. Yet, beneath this cosmopolitan surface seethed a cauldron of intrigue. Frederick himself was a mercurial figure, often at odds with the papacy, and he viewed the Templars with a mixture of reliance and deep suspicion. He needed their military prowess and their international connections, but he distrusted their direct line to the Pope, his frequent adversary. Furthermore, the island was riddled with powerful, semi-independent Norman barons, remnants of the earlier conquest, who were perpetually jockeying for power and were not above turning to piracy or making private deals with Saracen emirs if it suited their interests. In this viper's nest of competing loyalties, secrecy was not just an advantage for the Templars, it was a prerequisite for survival. Their ability to move troops, diplomats, and funds along the hidden coastal road, bypassing the agents of both the emperor and his troublesome vassals, allowed them to maintain their operational independence. It ensured that their dealings, whether with North African traders or with papal legates, remained confidential, shielding them from the political whirlwinds that constantly threatened to engulf the island. Beyond military and political maneuvering, the Sicilian crossroads served a more subtle, yet equally vital purpose. It was a conduit for the extraordinary cultural and intellectual exchange that Frederick's Sicily was famous for. The Templars, with one foot in the militant Christianity of the West and the other in the sophisticated worlds of the Levant and North Africa, were perfectly positioned to act as brokers of knowledge. Their discreet road from Palermo to Messina likely facilitated the movement of more than just armed men. It could have carried Arabic texts on astronomy and medicine, translated by scholars at Frederick's court, to be sent onwards to Templar houses in France or Spain. It might have transported rare spices, navigational instruments, or even architectural plans for the fusion of styles seen in Sicilian churches of the period. The order's famous interest in geometry and engineering would have found a wealth of new ideas in this environment. By controlling this clandestine channel, the Templars ensured they were first in line to receive and transmit the most advanced learning of the age, turning the island of Sicily from a mere strategic hub into a university of clandestine knowledge, where the secrets of East and West were quietly traded under the cover of their operational security. This role as cultural intermediaries in one of the most intellectually dynamic places in the medieval world highlights a dimension of their activities far removed from the battlefield, yet central to their reputation as a truly cosmopolitan and formidable power. But to truly grasp the depth of the Templar world, we must understand that these forbidden roads were far more than just practical dirt tracks. They were a profound physical expression of the Templar quest itself, a living metaphor etched into the very landscape of Europe. Imagine the journey of a young man arriving at a Templar preceptory, seeking to join the order. He was embarking on an invisible road, a path of spiritual and martial transformation that was every bit as rigorous and secretive as the physical network he would one day learn to navigate. His initiation was the first step onto this symbolic path, a ritual shrouded in mystery that separated him from his old life and bound him to a new brotherhood with its own hidden language and laws. The long years of training that followed, mastering weapons, memorizing the order's complex rule, and learning the disciplines of a monk were like traveling the arduous, hidden segments of a forbidden road, moving from the known world into a realm of specialized knowledge accessible only to the dedicated few. This internal journey required absolute faith, not in a human guide who knew the way through a forest, but in God and the divine purpose of the order itself. It was a road that demanded the surrender of personal will and the embrace of a higher collective calling, where the destination was not a physical city, but a state of spiritual readiness and unwavering commitment. This symbolic journey was governed by the Templar Rule, a document that functioned as the ultimate map and guidebook for their entire existence. Just as a sergeant on a covert mission relied on a mental catalogue of landmarks, the distinctive oak tree, the alignment of 3 standing stones, to stay on course, every Templar brother used the rule to navigate the moral and spiritual terrain of his life. Its hundreds of clauses dictated everything from how many horses he could have to how he should behave in battle, and even the precise number of times he should chew his food. This immense discipline was not mere regimentation. It was a form of spiritual contouring, a way to keep the soul's journey hidden from the distractions and temptations of the secular world. Breaking the rule was like veering off the hidden path and into bandit territory, risking spiritual capture and the failure of the mission. The rituals of the order, the details of which were so secret that their loss during the persecutions has fueled centuries of speculation, were the waystations along this internal road. These ceremonies provided spiritual sustenance, reaffirmed the bonds of the brotherhood, and offered moments of sacred reflection in a life dedicated to constant movement and danger. The physical secrecy of their roads and the spiritual secrecy of their rituals were 2 sides of the same coin, both designed to protect something precious from a hostile and uncomprehending world. When we view the physical and the spiritual paths as one, the entire Templar enterprise takes on a new, more profound meaning. The hidden road network becomes a vast, externalized mandala, a physical representation of an internal, esoteric worldview. The commanderies and preceptories were not just logistical hubs, they were symbolic centers of power and learning, placed at specific points in the landscape that may have held geomantic or astronomical significance, much like their distinctive round churches. The act of traveling the Forbidden Road, of moving from one hidden node to another while remaining unseen, was a reenactment of the soul's journey toward divine truth, a journey that must be protected from profane eyes. The cargo they carried, whether it was gold, relics, or sensitive letters, can be seen as symbolic of the hidden knowledge, the gnosis, that they were believed to possess and protect. This transforms the Templars from mere bankers and warriors into guardians of a sacred tradition, using the practical necessities of logistics to enact a much deeper spiritual purpose. Their mastery of the physical world was a reflection of their sought-after mastery of the spiritual one, a grand design where every journey, no matter how mundane, was also a step on a much greater quest. This symbolic interpretation is precisely why the legacy of the Templars continues to resonate so powerfully with seekers and historians today. The image of the hidden road speaks to a universal human longing for a path that leads to deeper meaning, for a journey that requires initiation, perseverance, and the discovery of hidden truths. It is an archetype that transcends their specific historical context. Modern secret societies and spiritual movements often draw upon the Templar mythos, not necessarily because they possess a direct lineage, but because the Templars perfected the symbolism of the clandestine journey. The idea of a mapped yet secret path, of a brotherhood guiding one another toward enlightenment, is an enduringly powerful one. The physical roads may have faded back into the landscape, but the metaphorical road they represent remains open, inviting us to look beyond the surface of history and to consider that the greatest treasures the Templars protected might not have been made of gold, but of ideas, faith, and a unique vision of a world connected by hidden threads of purpose and power. This symbolic legacy ensures that their story is never truly finished, but continues to be traveled by each new generation that seeks to understand the intersection of the material and the mystical. At the very heart of the Templars' English financial empire stood the New Temple in London, a sprawling fortified complex on the banks of the Thames that served as the central clearinghouse for the Order's vast wealth throughout Britain. This was not merely a church or a barracks, it was a high-security medieval bank vault, a hub of international finance where the ledgers detailing the deposits of kings and the tithes from countless estates were meticulously maintained. But the silver and gold that filled its coffers did not magically appear. It flowed into the capital from a network of highly productive agricultural preceptories scattered across the English countryside, and the journey this wealth took was one of the most perilous and vital in their entire operation. This was the English Treasury Run, a secret overland lifeline connecting the financial brain in London to the economic muscle in the rural heartlands, a route whose secrecy was the only defense against the twin threats of organized banditry and royal envy. The most critical of these provincial arteries ran from the New Temple north to the preceptory at Temple Brewer in Lincolnshire, a journey that transformed the quiet English landscape into a high-stakes corridor of clandestine finance. Navigating the English countryside in the 13th century was a hazardous undertaking for anyone, but for a Templar convoy carrying a season's worth of wool revenues or tithes collected from their manors, it was an exercise in constant vigilance. The most famous of these dangers was the sprawling, dense woodland of Sherwood Forest, a royal hunting preserve that was also a notorious haven for outlaws and bandits. While the legend of Robin Hood is a later romanticization, it is rooted in the very real and widespread problem of lawlessness in these vast, unpatrolled forests. A slow-moving cart train laden with heavy chests would have been the ultimate prize for such men, but the threat was not limited to romanticized outlaws. The king's own sheriffs, the chief law enforcement officers in each shire, represented a different kind of risk. These officials were tasked with maintaining order and, crucially, with enforcing the king's right to certain taxes and duties. They would have been intensely curious about the scale and frequency of the Templars' financial movements. A chance inspection on a public road could lead to awkward questions, demands for documentation, or even the imposition of arbitrary tolls, all of which undermined the order's financial efficiency and, more importantly, its prized operational secrecy. The Treasury Run was designed specifically to bypass both of these threats, moving the order's internal wealth with the discretion of a shadow. The destination of this northern route, the preceptory at Temple Brewer, was a classic example of the Templars' economic engine in action. Situated in the fertile agricultural lands of Lincolnshire, it was not a castle but a working farm and administrative centre on a massive scale. Here, the brothers managed vast flocks of sheep, producing the high-quality wool that was England's primary export and a source of immense wealth. They also oversaw the cultivation of thousands of acres of grain and other crops. The revenue generated from the sale of this wool and produce was the lifeblood that fed the London treasury. Periodically, this accumulated wealth, often in the form of silver coinage earned from sales to Flemish and Italian merchants, needed to be transported south. The Treasury Run was the secure withdrawal mechanism, the means of moving this capital from the point of production to the center of power. Without this steady, reliable flow of cash, the new temple would have been unable to fund its international letters of credit, finance its military commitments in the Holy Land, or make the loans that gave it such influence over the English crown itself. The road was a financial artery, and any blockage could cause a crisis across their entire system. The practical execution of a journey along the Treasury Run was a masterpiece of Templar logistics and local knowledge. The route would not have followed the main Roman road, Ermine Street, which was the obvious and heavily trafficked route north. Instead, it would have utilized a more westerly and discreet path, perhaps beginning with a river crossing away from the main London bridges. The convoy, consisting of a small group of sergeants and a few trusted lay brothers, would travel light but well armed, their valuable cargo secured in locked chests that were themselves disguised within larger carts carrying more mundane goods like sacks of grain or bales of inferior wool. Their path would have skirted the eastern fringes of Sherwood, using a network of older trackways and forest paths that kept them away from the main haunts of bandits. They would have relied on a sequence of safe houses, not necessarily full commanderies, but perhaps smaller, Templar-owned granges or even sympathetic monastic houses where they could rest, secure the cargo for the night, and exchange information about conditions further up the road. The final approach to Temple Brewer itself was across the open Lincolnshire fens, a landscape that offered little cover but also few places for an ambush to be set, allowing the convoy to see potential threats from miles away. This careful, staged journey turned a potentially disastrous financial transfer into a routine, if always tense, administrative procedure. Ultimately, the English Treasury Run from London to Temple Brewer exemplifies the internal, circulatory function of the entire Forbidden Road network. While other routes were used for international diplomacy or covert military movements, this road was purely about economics. It was the medieval equivalent of an armored car route between a regional bank branch and the Federal Reserve, a necessary and repetitive task that required the highest levels of security. Its existence highlights the fact that the Templars' power was not just spiritual or military, it was fundamentally agricultural and commercial. Their wealth was built on the wool from English sheep and the wheat from English fields, and the Treasury Run was the mechanism that harvested and concentrated that capital. This seamless integration of rural production with high finance, all protected by a veil of secrecy, allowed the order to maintain the liquid reserves necessary to act as the bankers to kings and the financiers of crusades. The success of this quiet, efficient, and utterly secretive operation in the heart of England was a quiet testament to the fact that real power often lies not in dramatic battles, but in the silent, unimpeded flow of money from the countryside to the counting house. Nestled deep within the volcanic highlands of central France, far from the bustling political currents of the age, lies a commandery that embodies the Templar philosophy of security through isolation. The journey to Montsalve was not for the faint of heart. It was an ascent, a deliberate climb into a landscape of formidable natural defenses. The roads leading to this remote stronghold were less like thoroughfares and more like secrets shared with the mountains themselves. They wound their way up steep, forested slopes, through narrow gorges carved by ancient lava flows, and across high plateaus where the wind was the primary companion. These paths were not designed for trade or for the easy passage of armies. They were engineered for control. A small contingent of knights could easily defend a narrow pass against a much larger force, using the terrain itself as a force multiplier. The knowledge of these routes was a currency more valuable than the silver they may have protected, a closely held asset known intimately to the local guides and the initiated brothers of the order, creating a veil of obscurity that was this commandery's first and most powerful wall. This strategic choice of location served multiple overlapping purposes, with security being the most paramount. In an era of shifting feudal alliances and the ever-present threat of royal overreach, a place like Montsalve offered a sanctuary that was virtually impenetrable. While the Templar headquarters in Paris was a center of financial and political power, it was also a glittering target, constantly under the scrutinizing gaze of the French crown. Montsalve, by contrast, was a hidden vault. Its very inaccessibility was its primary defense mechanism. Transporting high-value assets here, whether it was a portion of the royal treasury they were safeguarding, sacred relics deemed too controversial for public veneration, or the order's own most sensitive archives, was a logistical challenge, but one that guaranteed an unparalleled level of safety. A convoy traveling these hidden ascents was not just moving goods, it was making them disappear from the known world, securing them in a natural fortress where the mountains themselves stood guard. Beyond mere storage, the profound seclusion of Montsalve made it an ideal setting for activities that demanded absolute discretion, far from the spies and informants that infested the royal courts. Imagine the need to host a clandestine meeting of high-ranking officials from other military orders, or to debrief a returning legate from the court of the Holy Roman Emperor. In Paris or Lyon, such gatherings would be noticed, their participants identified, and their purpose speculated upon, potentially undermining delicate negotiations. At Montsalve, however, these meetings could occur in utter secrecy. The remote commandery became a sort of medieval Camp David, a neutral and secure retreat where the most powerful and secretive organizations in Christendom could coordinate their strategies, resolve disputes, and forge alliances without a single word of their discussions ever reaching the outside world. The silence of the Auvergne Mountains provided the perfect acoustic shield for conversations that could shape the destiny of kingdoms. The daily reality of life at a commandery like Montsalve would have been one of stark beauty and disciplined isolation. This was not a place for the grand pageantry of chivalry. It was a working fortress monastery where the spiritual and practical imperatives of the rule were lived in a context of extreme self-reliance. The brothers stationed here would have been a special breed, selected for their resilience and their unwavering commitment. Their days were filled with the rhythms of prayer and the demanding labor required to sustain the community in such a rugged environment. They managed herds of sheep and cattle on the high pastures, worked forge and workshop to maintain their weapons and tools, and oversaw the lay brothers and local laborers who worked the land. The sense of community would have been intensely strong, forged in the shared experience of isolation and the constant, unspoken awareness of the vital, secretive role they played in the broader tapestry of the Order's empire. They were the silent guardians, the keepers of the flame in one of its most remote and secure sanctuaries. The legacy of the Auvergne ascent endures not in grand treasure legends, but in the palpable atmosphere of the landscape itself. Even today, visiting the region around Montsalvi, one is struck by a feeling of remote solemnity. The modern roads that now snake through the mountains follow the same basic logic of the land that the Templars exploited, but they have tamed the journey, making it accessible where it was once forbidding. Yet, if you step away from the pavement and onto an old footpath, you can still sense the echo of that ancient secrecy. The dense forests, the sudden, dramatic outcrops of volcanic rock, and the sweeping, empty vistas create a natural canvas perfect for concealment. The commandery itself, though much altered over the centuries, still stands as a testament to a strategic choice that prioritized security above all else. It represents a different facet of Templar power, not the overt financial might of the Paris Temple, nor the militant presence of the Holy Land, but the quiet, unassailable strength of a retreat so well chosen that its very location was a form of armor, proving that sometimes the greatest security lies not in towering walls, but in being so difficult to reach that you are simply forgotten by the world you seek to influence. While the Swiss corridor moved wealth through the heart of Europe, another route on the Adriatic coast served a far more delicate geopolitical purpose, turning the Templars into masters of maritime evasion. This was the Dalmatian Dodge, a clandestine land bridge that began in the formidable Republic of Ragusa, the city we know today as Dubrovnik. Ragusa was a jewel on the Dalmatian coast, a powerful and fiercely independent maritime republic that managed to maintain its autonomy by playing its larger neighbors against each other. For the Templars, this city-state was the perfect backdoor into the Balkans, while the mighty Venetian Empire controlled the main sea lanes of the Adriatic, imposing heavy tariffs and monitoring the traffic of every ship that dared to challenge their dominance. The Templars needed a way to slip past this watery blockade. Their solution was not to confront the Venetian galleys, but to simply go around them. By establishing a secure foothold in Ragusa, they could offload men, messages, and goods from their ships and immediately transfer them onto a hidden overland route that plunged directly into the mountainous interior, completely circumventing the Venetian stranglehold on the sea. This clever logistical sidestep transformed a potential choke point into a wide, open corridor of opportunity. Once a Templar agent disembarked in Ragusa, his true journey began on the dusty, winding trails that led away from the coast. This was not a road for grand processions, it was a path for discreet movement through a landscape of dramatic contrasts. The route would have climbed steeply from the ancient city walls, leaving the sparkling blue of the Adriatic behind and ascending into the rugged, arid karst of the Dinaric Alps. This terrain of limestone plateaus, deep sinkholes, and sparse vegetation offered both challenge and concealment. A traveler on this path would have experienced a world of stark beauty and profound isolation, moving through valleys where the only sounds were the wind and the distant bells of grazing flocks. The waystations along this route were likely humble but secure, perhaps a fortified monastery loyal to the Templars, a remote shepherd's hut operated by a trusted contact, or a small, unassuming chapel that offered shelter and a hidden cellar. Navigating this demanding landscape required the services of local guides, men from the Slavic tribes of the interior who knew the secret passes and the locations of freshwater springs, their loyalty secured by the silver the Templars paid for their discretion. This overland journey was the critical pivot, turning a maritime voyage vulnerable to Venetian interception into an untraceable overland mission. The strategic value of this dodge was immense, opening up three distinct avenues for expanding Templar influence. Firstly, it was a vital diplomatic corridor. The Balkans in the 13th century were a mosaic of rising Slavic powers, most notably the Serbian kingdom under the Nemanjic dynasty and the powerful Bulgarian Empire. These kingdoms were Orthodox Christian, often caught between the political ambitions of Catholic Rome and the Byzantine Empire in Constantinople. The Templars, with their unique status as an international order loyal directly to the Pope, were perfect intermediaries. This hidden road allowed their diplomats to travel directly from Ragusa to courts like that of the Serbian king in Ros or the Bulgarian Tsar in Tarnovo, bypassing not only the Venetians but also the often suspicious authorities of the Byzantine Empire. They could negotiate military alliances, discuss the delicate matter of church union, or simply gather intelligence on the shifting loyalties of these powerful rulers, all while operating completely off the official radar of their Venetian rivals. Secondly, the Dalmatian Dodge functioned as a superb intelligence-gathering route aimed squarely at the heart of the Byzantine Empire. Though weakened by the Fourth Crusade's sack of Constantinople in 1204, the Byzantine Empire remained a major power, and its internal stability was of critical importance to the entire balance of power in the Eastern Mediterranean. Templar agents posing as merchants, pilgrims, or even simple travelers could use this route to infiltrate the Byzantine provinces in Macedonia and Thrace. They could observe troop movements, gauge the loyalty of local governors, and report on the empire's ability to resist the growing pressure from both Latin Crusader states and Turkish emirates in Anatolia. The intelligence flowing back along this road to Ragusa, and from there by fast ship to the Templar leadership in Cyprus or the West, would have been priceless, giving the order a clear-eyed assessment of the strengths and weaknesses of one of the most complex political entities of the age. Finally, and perhaps most lucratively, this road offered the potential for direct access to one of the great sources of medieval wealth, Balkan silver. The mountains of Serbia and Bosnia were home to some of the richest silver and lead mines in Europe, most famously at Novo Bardeo. These mines would later become the financial engine of the Serbian Empire, producing staggering quantities of silver that flowed into the European economy. The Templars, with their sophisticated banking operations and constant need for bullion, would have been intensely interested in establishing a direct commercial link to this source, cutting out the Venetian and Genoese middlemen who typically controlled the trade. It is highly plausible that the Dalmatian Dodge was used not just for diplomacy and spying, but for moving silver ore or minted coin from the interior mines back to the coast. A secret convoy could transport this incredibly valuable cargo to Ragusa, where it could be loaded onto Templar ships and integrated directly into their international financial network, further diversifying their wealth and making them less dependent on sources controlled by their rivals or their debtors. This road, therefore, was a multi-purpose tool, a diplomatic backchannel, a spy line, and a private pipeline for precious metals, all converging on the strategic port of Ragusa to give the Templars a decisive and utterly secret advantage in the complex game of power played out along the shores of the Adriatic Sea. The story of the Norman web is a tale of inheritance and adaptation, beginning with one of the most pivotal events in medieval history, when William the Conqueror successfully crossed the English Channel in 1066. he did more than just win a crown. He fundamentally rewired the political and logistical circuitry of Western Europe. The newly established Anglo-Norman realm was a single entity straddling the sea, and its lifeblood was the constant flow of men, messages, and money between the continent and the island. The Normans, brilliant administrators as well as warriors, developed and maintained a robust network of routes to sustain this cross-channel kingdom. A century later, when the Knights Templar rose to prominence, they found this pre-existing infrastructure not just useful, but absolutely essential. They didn't need to build from scratch. They inherited a masterfully designed system and then applied their own unique genius for secrecy to it, transforming public thoroughfares into a clandestine web that served their own cross-border empire long after the unified Anglo-Norman state had fractured into the rival kingdoms of England and France. This network, which we call the Norman Web, had two critical anchor points. On the coast was the port of Barfleur, a place forever etched in history as the departure point for William the Conqueror's flagship, the Mora. This was more than just a harbor, it was a symbolic and practical gateway. Its deep waters and strategic location made it the perfect embarkation point for the fast crossings to English ports like Portsmouth. Inland, the web connected to formidable fortresses like the castle at Domfront, a stark, powerful stronghold perched on a rocky outcrop overlooking the Normandy borderlands. Domfront was not just a military base, it was an administrative hub, a place of refuge, and a statement of power. The roads linking Barfleur to Domfront and other key nodes were the vital arteries of this system. For the Templars, controlling these arteries meant they could move personnel. Knights being rotated from commanderies in England to those in France and, most importantly, they could ensure the secure flow of the immense revenues generated from their vast English estates back to their central treasury in Paris. This continuous, two-way traffic was the economic foundation of their operations in the north. The need for secrecy on these roads grew not from banditry, though that was always a concern, but from an infinitely more dangerous threat, the escalating political rivalry between the English and French crowns. As the Plantagenet dynasty in England held onto its vast continental possessions, including Normandy, and the Capetian kings in France sought to reclaim them, the region became a tinderbox of suspicion and intermittent warfare. For the Templars, this created an impossible dilemma. They were major landowners and financial masters in both kingdoms. They managed the royal treasury for the King of France, yet they also held enormous sway and property under the English crown. A public convoy of Templar knights moving from an English-held port like Barfleur to a French-influenced inland fortress could be misinterpreted as a troop movement, sparking a diplomatic incident. Even more critically, their financial convoys were a target for both sides. The French king would be deeply interested in any wealth flowing from his English rivals' domains into the Templars' coffers, and vice versa. The only solution was to make their movements invisible, to use the Norman web not as a public highway, but as a series of secret channels that allowed them to serve two masters without appearing to take sides. The genius of the Templars lay in how they camouflaged their use of this ancient network. They became masters of blending in, of turning the ordinary into the clandestine. A shipment of silver from an English preceptory would not be loaded onto conspicuous wagons at the Barfleur docks. Instead, it would be transferred under cover of darkness to a smaller, less noticeable vessel, which would land at a secluded cove a few miles from the main port. From there, a team of sergeants, dressed not in their distinctive white mantles but in the rough garb of merchants or drovers, would take charge. The cargo would be broken down and hidden amongst carts carrying legitimate trade goods, sacks of wool, barrels of wine, or blocks of salt. The route itself would diverge from the main Roman roads, using a lattice of older secondary paths that ran along ridge lines through dense sections of the Norman bocage, those ancient hedgerow countrysides that provided perfect natural cover. They utilized waystations that were not grand commanderies, but rather Templar-owned mills, farms, or even inns, where a hidden cellar or a fortified attic could provide a night's secure storage without attracting any attention from the local population or the agents of whichever king currently claimed the territory. This delicate balancing act, maintained with such skill for nearly 2 centuries, was ultimately unsustainable. The very success of the Templars in navigating the Anglo-French rivalry made them a prize to be captured by the side that finally gained the upper hand. That side was France under the determined and avaricious King Philip IV. By the turn of the 14th century, the political landscape had shifted decisively. The French crown had reclaimed most of the Plantagenet lands in Normandy, consolidating its power. Philip the Fair looked at the Templars not as invaluable international bankers, but as a state within his state, a wealthy and secretive entity whose loyalties were dangerously flexible, and whose cross-channel network now seemed less like a useful tool and more like a threat to his absolute authority. The Norman web, which had for so long been a symbol of their logistical brilliance, became a glaring example of their uncontrollable nature in the eyes of a king who demanded total control. The very infrastructure that had allowed them to thrive between 2 worlds ultimately highlighted their vulnerability when one of those worlds decided to consume them, turning the secret paths of Normandy from arteries of power into potential escape routes in a final, desperate bid for survival. While the fate of the Crusader states further south was often the focus of chroniclers, the Templars understood that Christian survival in the Levant depended on a web of alliances, not just a single stronghold in Jerusalem. One of their most vital, yet often overlooked, partners was the Kingdom of Cilician Armenia, a powerful Christian state nestled in the rugged terrain of what is now southern Turkey. Isolated from the other Crusader lands by the formidable barrier of the Taurus Mountains, Cilicia was a kingdom under constant pressure from Turkish emirates to the east and north. For the Templars, this independent Armenian kingdom was not a peripheral concern but a strategic linchpin, a Christian bastion that could threaten the flank of any Turkish army moving south toward the Holy Land. To maintain this crucial alliance, they engineered and protected a clandestine corridor known as the Armenian Gateway, a mountain road that snaked from their coastal stronghold at Tarsus all the way to the Armenian capital of Sis, hidden deep within the mountainous interior. This route was a testament to their long-range strategic thinking, forging a connection in a theater far from the glamour of Jerusalem but essential to its ultimate defense. The primary purpose of this forbidden road was to enable seamless military cooperation between 2 forces that desperately needed each other. The Armenian army, comprised of hardy mountain warriors and skilled cavalry, was a formidable fighting force, but it often lacked the heavy siege equipment and the disciplined, combined arms tactics that the Templars had perfected. Conversely, the Templars, masters of fortification and set-piece battles, needed a secure base of operations and a reliable ally to their north. The Armenian Gateway was the physical link that made this partnership work. Along its winding path, Templar engineers and armorers could travel from Tarsus to Sis, bringing with them the knowledge to strengthen Armenian castles and the tools to build trebuchets and other siege engines. In return, Armenian scouts, with their intimate knowledge of the Taurus passes, could guide Templar detachments on raids against Turkish supply lines or provide intelligence on enemy movements. This road allowed the 2 powers to function as a single, coordinated force, presenting a united Christian front across a wide and otherwise disconnected frontier, a collaboration that forced their common Turkish foes to fight on 2 fronts instead of 1. Beyond the movement of men and martial expertise, the Armenian gateway served as a critical and often the only supply line for the landlocked Armenian capital. Sis was a magnificent city, a center of Armenian culture and power, but its location in the mountains, while defensible, made it vulnerable to blockade. During sieges or when Turkish forces controlled the lower plains, the city's connection to the outside world could be completely severed. The Templar road from Tarsus provided a lifeline. Using paths known only to their most trusted guides and the local Armenian population, Templar convoys could bypass Turkish patrols and bring essential supplies up into the highlands. These weren't just military goods, they carried food, medicine, and other necessities to sustain the civilian population during times of conflict. Furthermore, this route allowed for the flow of intelligence that was priceless to both allies. News of a Turkish army massing in Anatolia, gathered by Armenian spies, could be rushed down the mountain to Tarsus and then sent by fast ship to the Templar headquarters in Acre, giving the entire Crusader world precious weeks to prepare. This two-way exchange of information turned the Armenian gateway into a nerve fiber, carrying the sensory data that was essential for the survival of the Christian East. The journey along this road was one of the most arduous in the entire Templar network, a true test of endurance and geographical mastery. It began in the humid, coastal plain of Tarsus, a city steeped in history where the air was thick with the scent of the sea. From there, the path immediately began to climb, leaving the Mediterranean climate behind and ascending into the stark, beautiful, and unforgiving landscape of the Taurus Range. This was not a single, well-defined road, but a series of interconnected tracks, goat trails, and narrow passes that wound through deep gorges and across high, windswept plateaus. The Templars and their Armenian guides utilized ancient pathways that had been used for millennia, routes that took advantage of every fold in the land for concealment. In some stretches, the road would narrow to a treacherous ledge overlooking a dizzying drop. In others, it would pass through dense pine forests that provided cover from watching eyes. The waystations were few and far between, often nothing more than fortified caves or small, remote monasteries built into the cliffsides, where travelers could find shelter from the brutal mountain winters or the scorching summer sun. A journey from Tarsus to Sis was a profound physical ordeal, but for the Templars, it was a necessary pilgrimage to sustain a partnership that helped keep the dream of a Christian Levant alive long after other outposts had fallen. Now picture a different kind of Templar, one whose armor was not chainmail but a ledger book, and whose battlefield was the counting house, far from the dusty trails of the Holy Land. Another category of Forbidden Road thrived in the fertile, economically explosive plains of northern Italy. This was the Lombard Ledger, a clandestine corridor connecting two of medieval Europe's most dynamic and perpetually squabbling power centers, the inland financial juggernaut of Milan and the majestic maritime Republic of Venice. In this arena, the white mantle of the Templar was a symbol of neutrality and trust, a necessary buffer between two city-states whose rivalry was as much about economic dominance as it was about political prestige. While their knights championed the faith on distant frontiers, the Order's administrators were engaged in a different kind of holy war here, a war for financial stability, fought with balance sheets and encrypted letters, along a road built not for cavalry charges, but for the silent, secure transit of unimaginable wealth. The very need for such a secretive financial artery stemmed from the volatile and treacherous nature of Italian politics in the 13th century. Milan and Venice were not just neighbors, they were fierce competitors for control over the lucrative trade routes that brought silks and spices from the east into the heart of Europe. This rivalry was a constant, low-grade war, punctuated by trade embargoes, naval skirmishes in the Adriatic, and the constant threat of having one's assets frozen or seized by the other side. For the great merchant princes of Milan or the Doge of Venice, settling a massive debt or transferring a chest of gold florins to the rival city was a logistical and political nightmare. A public caravan carrying such wealth would be a gleaming target not just for bandits but for the agents of the opposing city-state, who would see its interception as both a financial windfall and a strategic victory. The Lombard ledger provided the perfect solution. It was a financial demilitarized zone, a neutral channel where the complex, high-stakes bookkeeping of international trade could be settled away from the prying eyes and grasping hands of the feuding councils of Milan and Venice. So, how did this work in practice? Imagine a Milanese wool merchant who has just sold a massive shipment to a Venetian buyer. The debt is enormous, payable in silver. The Templars step in as the ultimate escrow agents. The Milanese merchant deposits the sum at the local Templar commandery in Milan. Instead of that silver ever physically traveling the dangerous roads between the two cities, the Templars would use their internal accounting system. They would issue a letter of credit to the Venetian buyer, who could then withdraw the funds from the Templar house in Venice. This was the genius of their banking. It often eliminated the need for physical transfer altogether. However, the system wasn't entirely virtual. The books still had to balance. Periodically, the Templars needed to move actual bullion between their Milan and Venice treasuries to ensure both locations had enough liquid capital to honor their pledges. This was the critical, hidden function of the Lombard ledger. When a shipment of silver bars did need to move, it traveled on this secret route, disguised and heavily guarded. Its journey timed and routed to avoid any official notice, ensuring that the delicate financial equilibrium between the two rivals was maintained without a single public transaction ever alerting their governments. The personnel who operated this route were a world apart from the crusading knight. They were the order's sergeants, notaries, accountants, and logisticians, men chosen for their discretion and their numerical acumen rather than their prowess with a sword. A journey along the Lombard ledger was a study in meticulous planning and bland anonymity. The convoy would consist of a few unmarked carts, their valuable cargo hidden beneath sacks of grain or bales of innocuous trade goods. The route itself cleverly utilized the complex network of rivers and canals that crisscrossed the Lombardy plain. Instead of the main Roman roads, which were watched by toll collectors and spies, the Templar barges and their accompanying land escorts would take a more circuitous path, perhaps traveling by night and lying up during the day at a secluded Templar-owned farm or a sympathetic monastery. The safe houses along this road were not fortified castles, but secure warehouses and counting houses, places where the cargo could be verified, the ledgers updated, and the guards rotated without attracting the slightest attention from the bustling commercial life going on all around them. This northern Italian corridor perfectly underscores the astonishingly multifaceted nature of the Templar enterprise. They were not a monolithic institution but a complex hybrid, a single organization that seamlessly combined the functions of a special forces unit, an international bank, a diplomatic corps, and a global logistics company. The Lombard ledger stands as powerful proof that the Templars' true, enduring revolution was not in military science, but in finance and information management. They understood that in the emerging modern world, the flow of capital was just as important as the flow of armies, and that controlling that flow required a network of trust and secrecy that transcended national borders and local conflicts. By providing a secure, neutral financial highway between Milan and Venice, they didn't just make a profit, they greased the wheels of the entire European economy, enabling trade and commerce to flourish even between the bitterest of rivals. This role as the indispensable mediators of power, operating in the shadows of great wealth and political intrigue, would soon be tested in an even more dramatic and perilous frontier, where the line between holy war and clandestine dialogue was impossibly thin. Imagine a frontier not of a simple line on a map, but a shifting, breathing space of tension and uneasy peace, a region so volatile it earned its own name, La Frontera, the frontier. This was the bloody seam between the expanding Christian kingdoms of Spain and the last remaining Moorish stronghold on the Iberian Peninsula, the beautiful and defiant Emirate of Granada. For centuries, this borderland was drenched in the rhetoric of holy war, of crusade and jihad. Yet, beneath this surface of relentless conflict, a more nuanced and pragmatic reality thrived, a world of shadowy diplomacy and clandestine exchange where the Knights Templar, those paragons of Christian militancy, became masters of navigating the grey areas. This was the domain of the 20th Forbidden Road, the Andalusian Mirage, a hidden corridor that connected the Templar stronghold in Seville with the heart of the Moorish kingdom in Granada. A route that proved that even in the midst of a centuries-long war, communication and curiosity could find a way. The primary, life-saving function of this secret road was the grim but necessary business of ransom and intelligence. The frontier was a place of constant skirmishes, raids, and ambushes. Knights from both sides were frequently captured, and a high-born Christian warrior was far more valuable alive than dead, his freedom worth a small fortune in gold. The Templars, with their cross-border connections and reputation for honoring agreements, became the perfect intermediaries for these delicate negotiations. A Templar envoy traveling the hidden paths of the Mirage could approach Granada without the fanfare and political baggage of a royal embassy. He could meet with Moorish officials in discreet locations, haggle over the price of a nobleman's release, and arrange for the transfer of funds, all while avoiding the hardliners on his own side who might view any negotiation with the enemy as a sign of weakness. This road was a humanitarian corridor in an inhumane war, a channel for recovering captured brothers and allies from a life of imprisonment. Beyond this, the route served as a vital spy line. The political stability of the Emirate of Granada was of paramount interest to the Christian kings. Was the Sultan strong, or was his court riven by factional strife? Were North African armies preparing to cross the Strait of Gibraltar to reinforce him? The answers to these questions could determine the timing of the next major Christian offensive. Templar agents using the Mirage could infiltrate the kingdom, posing as merchants, travelers, or even defectors. They would gather information on troop movements, the condition of fortifications, and the mood of the populace, then filter this priceless intelligence back to Seville and onward to the courts of Castile and Aragon. This wasn't just about military advantage, it was about survival. Knowing the enemy's intentions could prevent a surprise attack that might overrun a vulnerable border castle, making this clandestine information gathering as important as any cavalry charge. But the most fascinating and enduring legacy of the Andalusian Mirage lies in its potential as a conduit for something far more profound than spies or silver: the exchange of knowledge. During the frequent, often lengthy truces that punctuated the Reconquista, the hostility of the battlefield was temporarily set aside. In these periods, the Emirate of Granada was a beacon of advanced civilization. Its capital, a jewel of palaces and gardens, was a center of learning where Moorish, Jewish, and Christian scholars worked side by side, preserving and expanding upon the ancient wisdom of Greece and Rome while making groundbreaking advances in their own right. The Templars, with their documented interest in geometry, architecture, and astronomy, skills essential for building their iconic round churches and for navigation, would have been keenly aware of the intellectual treasures held in Granada. It is deeply plausible that the hidden road from Seville was used for a quiet, scholarly commerce. A Templar brother with a talent for mathematics might be sent to study under an Islamic master in Granada, learning the revolutionary system of Arabic numerals and algebra, knowledge that would be invaluable for the order's complex banking operations. Architectural secrets, particularly those related to hydraulics and water management, a Moorish specialty crucial for sustaining life in arid regions, could have been transferred along this route, influencing the design of Templar monastic communities. Philosophical and medical texts, translated from Arabic into Latin by teams of scholars in Toledo, might have been carried back along the Mirage to Templar libraries, introducing concepts that would help fuel the European Renaissance. This road became a synapse connecting two worlds of thought, proving that the pursuit of knowledge could, at times, transcend the divisions of faith and the call of war. The physical journey along the Andalusian Mirage was a masterclass in blending into a harsh and beautiful landscape. Starting from the bustling, multicultural port city of Seville, a Templar traveler would not head directly east on the main road. Instead, he would slip south using the vast, rolling plains of the Andalusian countryside, dotted with olive groves and vineyards for initial cover. The true test began as he approached La Frontera itself. This was a depopulated, dangerous no-man's land patrolled by the light cavalry of both sides, the Christian Jinnite and the Moorish Jinnites. Here, the road vanished into the rugged, sun-baked hills of the Serrania de Ronda. The path would have followed dry riverbeds known as ramblers, their deep gullies providing natural concealment. It would climb through hidden passes in the mountains, using caves and ancient, abandoned shepherds' huts as temporary shelters. The final approach to Granada wound through the lush, hidden valleys of the Sierra Nevada, the snow-capped peaks a constant, silent witness. The waystations were not grand commanderies, but perhaps isolated alquerías, fortified farmsteads whose owners, motivated by profit or a simple desire for peace, were willing to offer discreet sanctuary to these unusual travelers who moved between worlds. The Andalusian Mirage stands as a powerful corrective to the simplistic story of an eternal clash of civilizations. It reveals the Templars not as blind fanatics, but as pragmatic realists. They understood that even the most entrenched enemies could have mutual interests, whether it was the return of a valuable captive, the need for strategic intelligence, or the shared human drive to understand the world. This road existed in the shadows because the light of public scrutiny would have condemned it. Both Christian zealots and Islamic purists would have viewed such contacts as a betrayal. The Mirage is a testament to the complex, often contradictory, nature of human conflict, where hatred and curiosity, war and diplomacy can coexist. It reminds us that history is rarely a simple story of black and white, but is instead painted in the subtle, shifting shades of gray found along a hidden path through the contested hills of Andalusia. Venturing now to the windswept western fringe of the Templar world, we find a presence that operated on a smaller, more intimate scale, yet one that was no less strategic in its purpose. In Ireland, the Order never established the vast, sprawling commanderies seen in France or England. Their footprint was more like a series of carefully placed stepping stones across a complex and divided landscape. The most crucial of these stones was their main preceptory in Dublin, situated in the heart of the bustling, walled city that served as the seat of English colonial power. From this urban stronghold, a vital artery, the Irish Fringe, reached southwest, threading its way through the lush countryside to one of the most spiritually and politically charged locations on the entire island, the Rock of Cashel in County Tipperary. This was not a road connecting two Templar castles. It was a bridge between two worlds, the nascent, administratively focused English lordship on the coast, and the ancient, deeply rooted Gaelic heartland of the Irish kings. The very existence of this route speaks to the Templars' unique role not as conquerors here, but as intermediaries and integrators, operating in the precarious space between colonizer and native. The primary, day-to-day function of this road was fundamentally economic, serving as the financial lifeline for the Order's Irish operations. The Templars held significant land grants from both English lords and, intriguingly, from sympathetic Gaelic chieftains, estates that produced agricultural wealth from the rich Irish soil. The route from Dublin to Cashel was essentially their collection circuit. Several times a year, a small party of Templar sergeants, accompanied by local men at arms for protection, would embark on a journey to gather tithes and rents from their outlying properties. This wasn't a simple matter of knocking on doors. The collection of these dues required negotiation and a deep understanding of local customs and hierarchies. The cargo they gathered was diverse sacks of grain, barrels of ale, hides and wool from their flocks, and, where possible, silver coin. Transporting this accumulated wealth back to the safety of the Dublin Preceptory was a task that demanded discretion. A wagon train loaded with the bounty of Tipperary would be a tempting target for the bands of outlaws known as Kern, who haunted the woodlands, or for rival Gaelic clans engaged in their own incessant feuds. The secrecy of the Irish fringe was therefore a practical shield, ensuring that the fruits of their Irish estates reliably reached the central treasury, from where they could be integrated into the Order's vast international financial network. Beyond mere revenue collection, this road served a far more delicate and diplomatic purpose. The Rock of Cashel was not just a scenic outcrop. For centuries it had been the traditional seat of the kings of Munster, a place dripping with the symbolic authority of Gaelic Ireland. Even as English influence spread from the Pale around Dublin, Cashel remained a powerful spiritual and political centre. The Templars, with their reputation for neutrality and their direct line to the Pope, were in a unique position to engage with the Gaelic chieftains in a way that the often belligerent English sheriffs could not. A journey along the Irish fringe could easily double as a diplomatic mission. A Templar brother, perhaps one of Anglo-Norman origin but trained in the Order's culture of pragmatism, could travel to Cashel to meet with a local king or a powerful bishop from the Irish Church. The discussions might involve mediating a border dispute between a Gaelic clan and an English baron, negotiating safe passage for travelers through contested territories, or even securing new land grants for the Order. This role as a trusted go-between was incredibly valuable to the English crown, as it provided a channel of communication that was less formal and often more effective than the blunt instruments of warfare and coercion. The very landscape of Ireland shaped the path and purpose of this road in a way distinct from the routes on the continent. Ireland was a land of immense natural beauty, but also of significant peril for travelers. While the interior lacked the large-scale bandit armies of continental Europe, it was a patchwork of ever-shifting loyalties and localized conflicts. Furthermore, the long coastline remained vulnerable to raids from Norse Gaelic seafarers based in places like the Isle of Man or the Hebrides, who could strike without warning. The Irish fringe, therefore, had a strategic defensive function. In times of heightened tension or when a Norse fleet was spotted off the coast, the road provided an inland escape route. Personnel and sensitive documents could be moved swiftly from the vulnerable preceptory in Dublin to the relative safety of the interior, perhaps to a smaller, more discreet property near Cashel, or even into the protection of a friendly Gaelic ally. This demonstrated the network's incredible adaptability. The same path used for peaceful tax collection could, in a moment of crisis, become a vital evacuation corridor, proving that the Templars designed their logistics not for a single purpose, but for the unpredictable realities of the local environments in which they operated. The journey itself would have been a profound experience, a traverse through the soul of medieval Ireland. Leaving the stone-walled Order of Dublin, a Templar traveller would quickly find himself in a different world. The road would have followed the course of the River Liffey before striking out across the central plain, an area of bogs, lakes, and scattered woodlands. The way was not paved like a Roman road. It was a track of packed earth and stone, often muddy and difficult to navigate after the frequent rains. The travelers would have relied on local Gaelic guides, men who knew the safe fords across rushing rivers and which clans controlled which stretches of land. The waystations were not the imposing commanderies of France, but likely fortified monastic settlements or the stone tower houses of Anglo-Norman lords who were sympathetic to the order. The final approach to the Rock of Cashel was undoubtedly dramatic. The limestone outcrop rises suddenly from the fertile Golden Vale, crowned by a stunning cluster of medieval buildings, a round tower, a Cormac's chapel, and a high cross, all silhouetted against the vast Irish sky. For a Templar, arriving at this ancient seat of power was a powerful reminder that their mission required an understanding of forces far older than their own order, and that true influence often depended on respecting the deep, enduring currents of history that flowed through the lands their forbidden roads traversed. Now shift your focus to a landscape not of mountains or forests, but of canals, crowded market squares, and the rhythmic clatter of 1,000 looms. This was Flanders in the 13th century, the undisputed industrial heartland of northern Europe, where fortunes were woven from English wool and Flemish skill. In this world of high-stakes commerce, the Templars operated a different kind of artery, one that pulsed not with the blood of soldiers, but with the lifeblood of trade. This was the Flemish fabric, a clandestine corridor stitching together the two most critical nodes of the textile universe, the commercial powerhouse of Bruges and the manufacturing giant of Ypres. While merchants from across the continent jostled in the public squares and quays of these cities, the Templars moved behind the scenes, using this hidden road to manage a vertical monopoly that stretched from the sheep pastures of England to the dye vats of Flanders, turning raw fleece into finished luxury cloth and ultimately into immense, discreetly transported profit. The entire system began with the wool itself. England at this time was essentially one vast sheep farm for the Flemish cloth industry. The Templars, as major landowners across England, were themselves prodigious producers of this white gold. But their role was far greater than that of simple suppliers. They acted as the master logisticians of the entire supply chain. Vast sacks of raw wool, clipped from their own flocks and those of other abbeys and nobles who used their services, were shipped across the English Channel. This cargo was far too valuable to leave to the whims of common merchants. Instead of landing at the bustling, public docks of Bruges where every bale would be counted, taxed, and noted by the agents of the Count of Flanders and the powerful merchant guilds, the Templars had a more discreet method. Their ships would unload at smaller, controlled wharves or even upstream landings connected to their preceptories. From there, the precious wool was transferred to the Flemish fabric road, a hidden land route that carried it securely from the port to the weavers. The journey from Bruges to Ypres was a short one in terms of distance, but it was a segment that demanded absolute operational secrecy. The cargo on this road was threefold, each element requiring protection from different threats. First, there was the raw wool moving east to Ypres. Then there was the finished high-value cloth scarlets, blues, and deep blacks moving west from Ypres back to Bruges for sale and export. And finally, most tempting of all, there were the colossal profits generated from the difference. The competitive environment was cutthroat. the weavers and fullers guilds of Ypres were immensely powerful, constantly seeking to control prices and supplies. Rival Italian merchant families like the Ricciardi of Lucca were also vying for dominance in the wool trade, and overseeing it all was the Count of Flanders, a feudal lord who viewed all this commercial activity as a river of silver he was entitled to tax heavily. A public convoy of Templar wagons would be a mobile billboard announcing their wealth and volume of trade, inviting price manipulation from the guilds, espionage from rivals, and exorbitant tolls from the Count's officials. The hidden road allowed them to operate like a stealthy corporate entity, keeping their true scale and profitability a closely guarded secret. To visualize how this worked, picture a Templar sergeant not in a cloak, but in the practical tunic of a merchant, overseeing the transfer of goods at a secluded warehouse on the outskirts of Bruges. The wool arriving from England is repacked into unmarked carts, their contents disguised under layers of cheaper fabric or other trade goods. As dusk falls, this small convoy sets out, not on the main paved road between the cities, but on a secondary track that runs along drainage canals and through patches of woodland. The route uses a series of these seemingly ordinary waterways and forgotten dikes, paths known to their bargemen and carters. The waystations are not castles, but Templar-owned mills or farms situated between the two urban centers. At one of these, the cargo might be temporarily stored in a hidden cellar, its contents logged in a private ledger before continuing its journey at first light. This system ensured that by the time the wool reached the weavers in Ypres, its origin and the terms of its delivery were known only to the order, insulating them from the volatile spot market and giving them maximum negotiating power. The ultimate purpose of the Flemish fabric, of course, was to capture and secure the astronomical profits this trade generated. The Templars weren't just moving raw materials, they were orchestrating a value-added manufacturing process. By controlling the English wool at its source and financing its transformation into luxury cloth in Flanders, they captured profit at every stage. The final, exquisite broadcloths were then transported back along the same secret road to Bruges. There, in their secure trading posts, they could be sold directly to Italian and Hanseatic merchants for silver, gold, or letters of credit. This entire financial cycle, wool to cloth to coin, created a self-reinforcing loop of wealth. The Flemish fabric was the protected circuit board on which this loop operated, ensuring that the immense cash flow remained within the order's control, safe from the grasping hands of local powers and commercial rivals. The profits reaped here didn't just fill their coffers, they funded commanderies in the Holy Land, built ships in their fleet, and paid for the messengers on their other forbidden roads, making this discreet commercial corridor in Flanders a quiet but essential engine for their entire global operation. Deep in the heart of the Holy Roman Empire, far from the coastal trade of Flanders, another kind of wealth was being pulled from the earth, and the Templars were there to ensure its secure passage. The Kingdom of Bohemia, in what is now the Czech Republic, was in the midst of a mining boom that would soon make it the silver powerhouse of Europe, with veins of the precious metal running like glittering threads through the rock. The Templars, ever alert to new sources of capital, established a significant presence in the capital city of Prague, a bustling center of commerce and royal power. But their most critical assets lay to the south and west, in the dark, sprawling expanse of the Bohemian forest, known locally as Šumava. This immense, ancient woodland, a realm of towering pines, peat bogs, and deep shadows, became the perfect cover for their 23rd Forbidden Road, a clandestine corridor we call the Bohemian Vale. This route connected the financial and political hub of Prague directly to the remote mining regions and their own secluded properties within the forest, creating a private pipeline for one of the most valuable commodities of the age. The primary threat that made this veil of secrecy so necessary was twofold, stemming from both the lawless and the lawful elements of society. The public roads leading from the mining towns toward Prague were notoriously dangerous, plagued by bands of robber barons. These were not common thieves, but often disgraced or impoverished knights who used their small, private armies to control stretches of the countryside, preying on merchant caravans with impunity. A convoy of wagons laden with raw silver ore or, even more temptingly, freshly minted coins from the royal mint at Kutná-Hora would be the ultimate prize for such men. But an even more persistent danger came from the crown itself. The King of Bohemia, like all medieval monarchs, relied heavily on taxes and royal shares of mining output to fund his court and his armies. Royal tax collectors and assayers were stationed at key points on the main thoroughfares, meticulously recording every shipment and demanding the king's portion. For the Templars, who operated on a margin that funded a global enterprise, these official levies represented a significant drain on their profits. The Bohemian Veil was their masterful solution, a way to spirit their share of the silver away from both the robber barons in the forests and the tax collectors at the crossroads, ensuring that the full value of their enterprise reached its intended destination. The journey along this road was a study in moving from the cosmopolitan to the primeval. It began within the stone walls of their preceptory in Prague, a place of accounting and secure storage. From there, a convoy would not join the main traffic heading east to the famous mines at Kutná-Hora, but would instead turn southwest towards the seemingly impenetrable wall of the Bohemian forest. The initial stages of the journey might have used the Vieltova River, with barges moving heavy cargo under the guise of normal trade, but the true secrecy began where the river grew shallow and the forest closed in. The path then diverged onto overland tracks that had been used for centuries by charcoal burners and game hunters, routes that were little more than impressions in the moss and between the trees. These paths deliberately avoided the few settlements in the region, snaking through valleys so deep and narrow that sunlight rarely reached the forest floor. The air would have grown cold and damp, filled with the scent of pine and the profound silence of one of Europe's oldest woodlands, a natural cloak of invisibility for the valuable cargo moving silently within it. The waystations along the Bohemian Vale were perfectly adapted to this environment. They were not grand commanderies with towering chapels, but rustic, heavily fortified granges or isolated hunting lodges built from the dark timber of the forest itself. To a casual observer, they might appear as nothing more than the remote homestead of a reclusive forester, but beneath their unassuming exteriors lay hidden cellars carved into the bedrock, secure enough to store chests of silver bullion or sacks of ore until the next leg of the journey. The brothers stationed at these outposts were a special breed, chosen for their resilience and self-sufficiency, men comfortable with the solitude of the deep woods and skilled in the arts of concealment and defense. They maintained the routes, clearing fallen trees after winter storms and serving as the silent guardians of this hidden financial artery. Their existence was a world away from the sun-baked hills of the Holy Land, yet their role was just as critical to the Order's financial health. Ultimately, the Bohemian Veil represents the Templars' remarkable ability to integrate themselves into local economies and exploit them with breathtaking efficiency. They were not just passive investors in the Bohemian silver rush, they were active, behind-the-scenes masters of its logistics. By controlling this secret route, they could effectively create a private minting and distribution system. Silver extracted from mines in which they held an interest could be transported to a hidden smelting facility deep within the Šumava, then moved as pure bullion along the Vale to Prague. From there, it could be introduced directly into their international banking system, used to back letters of credit or to settle debts with other European powers. This direct access to the source of wealth, unfiltered by royal taxation or bandit interference, gave them a colossal economic advantage. It turned the dark, silent Bohemian forest into a golden goose, its valuable eggs collected and transported in absolute secrecy, fueling an empire that stretched from the heart of Europe to the shores of the Levant. Now let's trace the path of a truly ingenious Templar solution, a route that ran not in opposition to one of Europe's great commercial waterways, but literally in its shadow. The mighty Rhone River was the primary artery of southern France, a bustling, liquid highway teeming with merchant barges, royal flotillas, and pilgrim ships all vying for space. It was the most obvious route for anyone traveling between the spiritual power of Avignon, the seat of the Pope for much of the 14th century, and the commercial might of Lyon, a city that controlled the trade routes linking the Mediterranean to the heart of Europe. Yet for all its convenience, the Rhone was a treacherous and expensive thoroughfare. Every castle-lined bend seemed to host a toll station operated by a local baron demanding payment for passage. The river's strong currents and shifting sandbars were a navigational nightmare, and its secluded stretches were perfect hunting grounds for river pirates who could swoop down from the cover of dense riverside vegetation to board and plunder slow-moving vessels. For the Knights Templar, whose business required predictability and absolute security, this public river was far too chaotic and exposed. Their answer was the Rhone River Shadow, a carefully maintained land route that ran parallel to the waterway, but on its less traveled and more easily controlled eastern bank, creating a private, overland express lane between two of the most critical cities in their European network. This choice of the eastern bank was a masterstroke of logistical planning. The western side of the Rhone was the more developed and populous, dotted with towns, castles, and the watchful eyes of countless local authorities. The eastern side, by contrast, was often more rugged and isolated, a land of rolling hills, sprawling vineyards, and sparse settlement. This geographical disparity provided the Templars with the natural cover they prized. Their road could follow a course just inland from the river, often hidden from view from the opposite shore by a ridge of hills or a line of trees. This meant a Templar convoy could move north or south, its progress steady and unseen, while the chaotic river traffic remained a distant, muffled rumor. The very landscape became a co-conspirator in their secrecy. A local farmer tending his vines might glimpse the occasional party of riders, but he would have no idea they were part of a continuous, continent-spanning system of clandestine movement, a silent procession operating just beyond the main stage of medieval travel. The primary advantage of this shadow road was the complete independence it granted the order from the numerous and unpredictable external pressures that plagued river travel. On the Rhone, a sudden storm, a low water level, or the arbitrary decision of a local lord to increase his tolls could delay a critical shipment for days or even weeks. For the Templars, time was not just money, it was security. A delay could mean a sensitive papal communique would arrive too late, or a shipment of silver needed to cover a letter of credit in Lyon would be held up, threatening their hard-won reputation for financial reliability. The overland route, while perhaps slower in absolute terms for heavy goods, was infinitely more predictable. The Templars controlled the timetable. Their messengers and convoy masters knew precisely how long each leg of the journey would take, where the next secure waystation was located, and that their path would be free from official interference. This predictability was a form of power, allowing them to coordinate complex financial and diplomatic operations with a clockwork precision that their secular rivals could never hope to match. The types of traffic that flowed along this shadow corridor were as varied as the order's interests. At its most dramatic, this road would have been used for the discreet movement of high-ranking church officials and diplomats between the papal court in Avignon and the financial centers of the north. A cardinal traveling on Templar business would not be subjected to the discomfort and danger of a river barge. He would be conveyed with speed and security in a closed carriage along this protected route, his discussions and his person safe from eavesdroppers and potential kidnappers. More routinely, the road served as a vital financial pipeline. Bullion from the southern French commanderies, along with the order's own vast revenues from the region's vineyards and farms, would be consolidated and sent north to Lyon, one of the great clearinghouses of European finance. The same path would also carry the most sensitive commodity of all, information. Encrypted dispatches from the Pope to his most powerful military order, or intelligence reports from Templar agents in Italy headed for the leadership in Paris, all traveled this reliable land route, ensuring that the lines of communication between the spiritual and temporal arms of their power remained fast, secure, and entirely under their own control. The physical experience of traveling the Rhone River's shadow would have been one of quiet efficiency, a stark contrast to the boisterous chaos of the river. A courier leaving the imposing Templar house in Avignon would not head for the crowded docks. Instead, he would cross the Rhone by a specific Templar-preferred bridge or ferry and immediately turn onto the road less traveled. His journey would be a steady, rhythmic progression through a landscape of immense beauty. To his left, the wide, silver ribbon of the river would occasionally glint through the trees, a reminder of the world he was bypassing. To his right, the foothills of the Alps began their gradual ascent. He would ride through fragrant lavender fields in Provence and past the burgeoning vineyards of the Côtes du Rhône, his passage noted only by the cicadas in the summer heat. The waystations were strategically placed a day's ride apart, often integrated into existing Templar agricultural granges. At a place like the commandery at Montfrin or further north near Valence, he could stable his tired horse, receive a hot meal, and securely transfer his messages to a fresh rider, all within the confines of a seemingly ordinary rural compound that hid its true purpose behind a facade of agrarian industry. This seamless, staged journey turned the long and potentially hazardous distance between Avignon and Lyon into a series of manageable, secure segments, allowing the Templars to cast a long, silent shadow over one of the busiest corridors of medieval Europe. And so we arrive at the final, and perhaps most compelling, of all the forbidden roads, a path that exists not on any map, but in the boundless landscape of human imagination and enduring mystery. This is the road to nowhere, the ultimate secret. It is not a dirt track through a forest or a hidden mountain pass. It is the ghostly wake of the Templar fleet that slipped its moorings at La Rochelle in the desperate autumn of 1307 and vanished into the Atlantic mists. Unlike the tangible routes we have traced, this one leads us away from documented history and directly into the heart of legend, a corridor paved not with stone, but with whispers of lost treasure, forbidden knowledge, and a final, defiant act of disappearance that has captivated the world for centuries. This road represents the great, unanswered question mark at the end of the Templar story, the void where history ends and myth begins, ensuring their saga is never truly closed but perpetually reinvented by every new seeker. The cargo said to have traveled this phantom road is the stuff of dreams and conspiracy. Chroniclers and legend speakers tell of ships' holds groaning not with common trade goods, but with the accumulated core of the Order's power. First and foremost is the fabled treasure chests of gold and silver bullion, church plate crusted with jewels, and perhaps the personal fortunes of knights who saw the end coming. This tangible wealth was the lifeblood King Philip IV so desperately craved but largely failed to find, its apparent absence fueling the very idea of a great escape. But far more intriguing than mere precious metal is the alleged second cargo, the archives. Imagine the contents of those lost vaults, the complete financial records of Europe's first international bank, detailing the debts of kings and the transactions of emperors, the secret rituals and initiation rites of the order, whose true nature died with the last burned brother, and potentially intelligence dossiers on the most powerful families in Christendom, information so explosive could topple thrones. The loss of this knowledge created a historical black hole, and we have been trying to peer into it ever since. This leads us to the great, unanswerable question: where did this road ultimately lead? The destinations proposed are as varied as they are spectacular, each one a reflection of the hopes and fears of those who champion them. One persistent theory points across the Atlantic, suggesting the Templars, with knowledge perhaps gleaned from Norse contacts or even earlier transoceanic voyages, fled to the New World. Proponents of this idea point to enigmatic carvings on a stone in Nova Scotia, the mysterious Newport Tower in Rhode Island, and later Masonic symbolism in early American history as clues to a hidden Templar presence that predated Columbus. Another, deeply rooted in Scottish lore, insists the road terminated in the remote glens and islands of the Highlands. Here, the fugitives and their treasure were absorbed by clans like the Sinclairs, their martial skill potentially influencing the Scots' victory at Bannockburn, and their relics hidden away in places like Rosslyn Chapel, its intricate carvings seen as a coded map or a testament to hidden secrets. Other, more esoteric suggestions point to a vast underground repository, a final commandery carved into the earth beneath a forgotten hill in France or Switzerland, waiting to be rediscovered. Yet, to approach this final road with a purely literal mind is to miss its profound symbolic power. The road to nowhere is not really about finding a physical chest of gold or a dusty scroll. It is about the human need for a story that does not end in betrayal and ashes. The historical record gives us a brutal, bureaucratic conclusion, an order crushed by a greedy king, its members broken and burned, its assets seized. It is a tragic but finite ending. The legend of the vanishing fleet, however, offers a different narrative, one of cunning, resilience, and continuity. It tells us that the core of the order, its essence, was too powerful, too secretive to be so easily destroyed. It escaped. This is a far more satisfying and romantic conclusion, and it transforms the Templars from victims into eternal guardians of a hidden truth. The road becomes a metaphor for the unbroken line of seekers, from medieval mystics to modern researchers, who believe that the full story has yet to be told. In the end, the greatest legacy of this 25th Forbidden Road may be the journey of inquiry it inspires rather than any destination it promises. The lack of conclusive evidence is not a failure of historical research. It is the feature that makes the Templar story endlessly renewable. Every crumbling parchment that hints at a ship's manifest, every ground-penetrating radar scan of a likely site, every reinterpretation of a medieval symbol is another step down this eternal road. It invites us to become explorers ourselves, to look at the world with a questioning eye, and to consider the possibility that history holds deeper layers than what is written in the official records. The Templars, masters of secrecy in life, achieved in their apparent disappearance the ultimate act of concealment. They hid not just a treasure, but their entire story, inside a labyrinth of speculation from which it has never truly emerged. The road to nowhere ensures that the Knights Templar are never truly gone. They are perpetually just over the horizon, their final secret forever beckoning from the shadows of the past. Our journey along these 25 Forbidden Templar Roads reveals a hidden geography of power, a testament to one of history's most sophisticated and secretive organizations. We've traveled from the sun-scorched arteries of the Holy Land to the misty sea lanes of the Baltic, uncovering a network that was far more than a collection of old paths. This was the central nervous system of a pan-European empire, a physical manifestation of the Templars' unique genius for blending faith, finance, and force. These routes were not the myths of later romanticists, but the hard-headed, practical solutions to the very real dangers of the medieval world: the bandit-haunted forests, the rival lords with their grasping tolls, and the ever-present envy of kings. By mastering the art of moving unseen, the Templars built a financial and military machine of breathtaking scale, enabling them to transfer a king's ransom from London to Jerusalem, to communicate with a speed that seemed supernatural, and to project power across continents with an efficiency that would not be seen again for centuries. They turned the landscape itself into a tool, a map of secret options known only to the initiated. The true legacy of these roads, however, lies not just in the dirt tracks that may still wind through forgotten woodlands, but in the revolutionary concepts they pioneered. The Templars were, in essence, the inventors of secure logistics. Their system of waystations, relay riders, and hidden safe houses created a model for clandestine movement that would be studied and adapted for generations, from the smugglers of the 18th century to the resistance networks of the 20th. Their coded communication, using ciphers and symbolic language, was a medieval form of encryption, protecting their most sensitive dispatches in an era when information was as valuable as gold. Most profoundly, their entire network was the physical backbone of their revolutionary financial system. The letters of credit that allowed a pilgrim to travel without carrying a fortune were only possible because the actual bullion was moving, securely and secretly, along these forbidden corridors to balance the books. They laid the groundwork for the principles of international banking and corporate security, proving that trust could be built on a foundation of absolute discretion and logistical brilliance. Yet, for all its sophistication, this incredible network ultimately could not save the order from the treachery of kings. The very secrecy that was their greatest strength became, in the eyes of a ruler like Philip IV of France, an intolerable threat. Their wealth was too tempting, their independence too galling, and their private channels of power too dangerous to a monarch seeking absolute control. The coordinated arrests of 1307 shattered the order's public structure, but the fate of the network itself is a powerful lesson. Some of its paths were forgotten, reclaimed by forest and field. Others were adopted by new generations of those who needed to move in shadows, from contraband runners to spies. The knowledge of the routes fragmented, and the meticulous records were likely destroyed to protect the last of the brothers. The network did not fall, it faded, its purpose extinguished with the order that gave it life, leaving behind a silence more eloquent than any chronicle. The enduring story of these hidden roads challenges us to look beyond the surface of history, to question the simple narratives of kings and battles, and to search for the deeper, subtler connections that truly shape our world. It invites us to understand that power has always flowed through unseen channels, that the most significant movements are often the ones that leave the faintest trace. The next time you drive through the European countryside or walk an old lane, try to see the layers beneath the asphalt. That modern highway may follow the course of a Roman road, which itself was used by a Templar sergeant on a moonlit journey, his saddlebags heavy with silver and his mind full of secrets. The landscape is a palimpsest, and the ghosts of these forbidden paths are still there, if you know how to look for them. Perhaps the greatest treasure the Templars left behind is not a chest of gold in a Scottish cave or a holy relic in a hidden vault, but this enduring lesson in looking deeper. Their story teaches us that history is not just about what is recorded, but also about what was deliberately erased, what was whispered, and what was silently transported along 1,000 hidden ways. It is a call to curiosity, to the understanding that the full truth is often a mosaic of fact, inference, and mystery. The Templars' greatest legacy is the invitation to become an explorer of the past, to peel back the layers and discover the hidden threads that bind our world together. If this journey into the shadowy corridors of history has captivated you, if it has sparked your own curiosity about the secrets lying just beneath the surface of our world, we invite you to join us for more explorations. Please subscribe to the channel for future journeys into the past, and we would love to hear from you in the comments below. Share your thoughts on what you find to be the most intriguing, enduring mystery of the Knights